Hello. Welcome to Aristotle and His Successors, which is the second half of our two-part online course on the history of ancient philosophy. My name is Susan Sauvé-Meyer. I'm a professor of philosophy at the University of Pennsylvania, where I teach courses on Plato, Aristotle, and other figures in the philosophical tradition that began in ancient Greece. In part one of this course, we saw how philosophy emerged along with the beginnings of ancient science among the Greek colonies in Ionia over 2,500 years ago. And we got a good sample of the range and power of philosophy in the works of Plato, the brilliant Athenian writer of the 4th century BCE. If you didn't take part one of the course, you can get a brief summary of some of the high points of that survey in the concluding lecture to Plato and his predecessors. In this part of the course, we will begin with Aristotle, who was Plato's greatest student, but who had many differences of opinion with his teacher, and developed a rival philosophical system whose importance and influence in the later philosophical tradition has proven to be at least as great as those of Plato. That is why the painter Raphael has Aristotle share the central frame with Plato in his painting School of Athens. Raphael here captures, in the gestures of his two central figures, one of the most famous disagreements between Plato and Aristotle. In contrast to Plato, who maintained that the ultimate reality was above and beyond the world of our experience, hence his gesture upwards, Aristotle insists that the ultimate realities are the ordinary objects of our experience, like the people, animals, and physical objects we encounter in our daily life, hence his gesture downwards to the everyday world. We'll see how Aristotle develops this anti-Platonic view of reality in a work that has come to be called the Categories, which will in fact tell us something interesting about the history of the word category. After that, we will consider Aristotle's natural philosophy, where he presents the famous doctrine of the four causes and argues that nature is full of goal-directed processes, and that the cosmos is ultimately due to the operation of an eternal, unmoved mover. We will look briefly at his psychology, or theory of the soul, which is very different from what we find in Plato, and has a surprisingly modern feel to it. And then finally, we'll look at Aristotle's ethical theory, where he formulates the question that will dominate philosophical ethics for centuries afterwards. What is the goal of life? We'll spend some time figuring out how to understand the question, and then consider Aristotle's answer, which has inspired many philosophers today to develop the cluster of theories known as virtue ethics. After Aristotle, we will consider the Epicureans and the Stoics, the two major schools that arose in Athens after the death of Aristotle. The long philosophical legacy of these two schools has bequeathed us some vocabulary. We use the term Epicurean today when talking about fine food and drink. And we sometimes commend people for being stoical in the face of disappointment. One of the things we will learn is that the ancient Epicureans were hardly Epicurean by modern standards, and that the theory behind the Stoic attitude is much more extreme and demanding than many of us would be comfortable endorsing. Of course, the ethical teachings of the Stoics and Epicureans, just like those of Aristotle, have their place in a comprehensive philosophical system that considers the nature of the cosmos, the place of human beings within it, as well as the nature and role of the gods. The Epicureans maintained that atoms moving around in the void are the ultimate constituents of the world, and that the gods lead a blessed life free of all concern for human affairs or for the operation of the cosmos. The Stoic God, by contrast, is a physical force that manifests itself in every detail of the cosmos, which it governs with perfect intelligence. But both schools agree that God, or the gods, provide the model to which human beings should aspire to emulate. So much for the course content. Now a little about the online format. For each unit of the course, there will be a series of short recorded lectures by me, most of them under 10 minutes, which you can view at your own pace. There will also be assigned readings, which I highly recommend that you do, as you'll get a lot more out of the course and out of the lectures if you read the works of the philosophers I'm talking about. And since it's also very useful when studying philosophy to be able to talk about the ideas and texts with other people, there will be discussion boards in which you can participate over the course of each unit. For those of you who wish to get a certificate of completion for the course, there will be quizzes, multiple choice, at the end of each unit, as well as a brief writing assignment, which will be peer-reviewed. For those of you completing both Part 1 and Part 2 for a certificate, there will be a final project, also peer-reviewed. All the lectures will have brief in-video quizzes, and you can skip these if you want. You can find details of the course requirements, as well as the recommended readings, and the other details about the course units on the course website. After you've reviewed that material, I'll meet up with you again in the first lecture on Aristotle. Now we come to Aristotle, who in many ways is the antithesis or polar opposite of Plato, in ways that the Renaissance painter Raphael dramatized in his painting, School of Athens. But Aristotle also continues many themes from Plato, even as he transforms them. We shouldn't be surprised at this close relationship to Plato, since Aristotle was his student for many years. Plato, we know, founded an institution of research and higher education in Athens that was known as the Academy, a name that indicates its location by a shrine sacred to a hero named Academos. But the name has now come to stand for institutions of higher learning quite generally. Aristotle, who grew up in the court of the royal family in Macedonia, was sent to Athens at the age of 17 to study at the academy, in the way young people today of about that age go away to college or university. Aristotle remained in Plato's academy for 20 years, until the death of Plato, in fact. It wasn't that he was a slow learner or had to repeat courses. Rather, he became a full-fledged member of the academy, indeed one of its most important and respected members. So much so that there was some consternation and surprise that he was not named Plato's successor as head of the school when Plato died in 347 BCE. In the course of time, Aristotle would found his own school, the Lyceum, also named after its location, a grove sacred to Apollo Lucius, but also the source of another familiar name for an educational institution today, the Lycée. Now, Aristotle, like Plato, was a prolific writer, and he had a reputation in antiquity as a great prose stylist. Unfortunately, the works that he prepared for publication and that earned him that reputation have been lost. Instead, we have writings that were not intended for publication or for an audience outside of philosophical circles. Their style is rough, compressed, sometimes technical, and has none of the charm or elegance we find in Plato's dialogues. So reading Aristotle can be rough going. You have to go slowly and read over each passage several times, but it's well worth the effort. So if the assigned readings on Aristotle seem like they're pretty short to you, don't be misled. Now, as with Plato and the pre-Socratics, there is a standard way of referring to the works of Aristotle and to places within those works. These are called Becker numbers, named after Immanuel Becker, who produced a complete edition of the works of Aristotle in the 19th century that was published by the Prussian Academy. You will find these so-called Becker numbers in the margins of the translation of Aristotle that we will be using. A Becker number consists of 3 parts, corresponding first to the page number in Becker's edition, the column number, which is an A or a B, and then a line number. For example, 998A30, which is part of Aristotle's work, The Metaphysics, is page 998 of Becker's edition, first column, A, and line 30. There are usually 30 to 40 lines in a Becker page, and in translations these are usually marked at every 5 lines. Now, on the traditional ordering of Aristotle's works, the treatise known as the Categories comes first. So its Becker numbers begin at 1A1. Check it out in your translation. The Categories will be our starting point with Aristotle too, for it is here that we get a very clear picture of Aristotle's fundamental disagreement with Plato about the nature of reality. This is the disagreement that the painter Raphael captured in having Plato point to the sky while Aristotle gestures towards the ground, to the world of our everyday experience. Aristotle's work, The Categories, is about the kinds, or categories, of things that there are. In fact, our term category comes from this Aristotelian context. However, the route from Aristotle's term kategoria to our term category is somewhat indirect, since Aristotle does not use his term to mean a class or a kind, but rather predication. So let's see how we get from predications to kinds of beings. Here are some examples of predications. Socrates walks. Diogenes is in the marketplace. Whales are mammals. Violets are blue. We can think of predication in 2 different ways. One of them is linguistic. Socrates walks is a sentence in which the noun Socrates is the subject and the verb walks is the predicate. In the sentence whales are mammals, the noun whales is the subject and the noun mammals is the predicate. Alternatively, we can think of predication not as a relation between words, but rather as an ontological matter. That is, as a relationship between the beings or the entities to which the words refer. The Greek for beings or entities is onta. Thus, ontology studies what there is. Predication as an ontological matter is a relationship between beings, between onta. And that's the subject of Aristotle's Categories. So Aristotle thinks of predications, kategoriae, as an ontological matter. The sentence, Socrates walks, predicates one thing, walking, of another thing, Socrates. The sentence, Diogenes is in the marketplace, predicates a certain location in the marketplace of another thing, Diogenes. The sentence, whales are mammals, predicates one thing, mammal, of another thing, whale. Now, the linguistic and the ontological forms of predication are connected. Any linguistic predication, that is a sentence with a grammatical subject and a predicate, like Socrates is walking, invokes at least 2 beings. The entity that is predicated, for example, walking, and the entity that is the subject for that predicate, Socrates. Now here the subject is not a grammatical subject, but an ontological subject, since Socrates is a human being, not a word. In fact, our term subject comes from the Latin translation of the Greek term that Aristotle is using, hupokeimenon, which means more literally, underlying thing. So an ontological subject is an underlying thing. In Aristotle's view, Socrates is the subject for walking. This means that Socrates supports or underlies the walking that is predicated of him. But what does that mean? Okay, think about Socrates walking, and now separate those two things, Socrates and walking, in your mind. Now Socrates is easy enough to think about and easily conceived of as not walking. He could stop and sit down for a chat with Euthyphro, for example. He does not need to be walking. Now what about that other thing, his walking? Remember, we're not talking about the word walking, but the thing in the world that the word invokes or refers to when we say that Socrates is walking. Can this thing exist without Socrates? Well, there could be walking without Socrates. That is, Plato could be walking instead. But could there be walking without there being somebody or something doing the walking? No. Walking needs a subject, an ontological subject, in order to exist. But Socrates doesn't need a subject. He is a subject for other things. This is the general point Aristotle is making in chapter 2 of the Categories, when he talks of beings that are in a subject. Now he's using in a technical sense, which he explains as follows. By in a subject, I mean what belongs in something, not as a part, and cannot exist separately from what it is in. So let's see how this explanation fits our example. Socrates is walking. Is the walking in Socrates? Well, it's not anywhere else, so I think we can agree that it is in him. Is it also in him not as a part? Well, walking certainly involves some of his parts more than others, for example, his legs rather than his ears, but walking is not itself a part of Socrates. So we can agree that when Socrates is walking, the walking is in him not as a part. Now, what about whether the walking cannot exist separately from what it is in? Well, there can be walking without Socrates, but not unless someone else, Plato or Aristotle or you, is doing the walking. That is, not without some subject, some underlying thing to support it. So walking, which is in Socrates and not as a part, cannot exist separately from being in something. Thus walking, and anything else that is in a subject in this sense, is a dependent kind of being. It can't exist without something else for it to belong to. So if you wanted to ask which is the more fundamental kind of being, Socrates or walking, Aristotle thinks the answer is clear. Socrates is more fundamental, more of a being, more real than walking. Walking is like the poor relation of Socrates, ontologically speaking, depending on Socrates for its existence. Now note the similarity of this relation of ontological dependence to the one Plato invokes between sensibles and forms. Except, for Aristotle, the more fully real entity is a concrete, particular object familiar to us through experience, and not an otherworldly form, accessible only through the intellect. According to Aristotle, some entities that are predicated of a subject are in that subject. We can call this kind of dependence on a subject inherence. That's what the last lecture was about. But not all predicated items inhere in their subjects. Some of them, instead, are said of a subject, but not in any subject. Now, what does this mean? Here's an example of a said of predication. Socrates is a human being. This predication answers the question, what is Socrates? Whereas Socrates is walking does not. Socrates may in fact be walking, but walking is not what he is. This is what Aristotle means when he explains in chapter 5 of the Categories that if you want to tell whether a predicated entity inheres in its subject, just substitute the definition of the predicated item for its name. Walking is a movement of the legs, but Socrates is not a movement of the legs, so walking is not said of Socrates. Now try it with the predicate human being, which Aristotle defines as rational animal. We can take the predication Socrates is a human being and replace human being with its definition, and we get Socrates is a rational animal, which is true. So human being passes the test. It is said of Socrates. Now, what is the significance of marking off this class of predications? Recall the sorts of questions Socrates asks in Plato's dialogues, all those "what is X" questions. The sorts of predications that Aristotle classifies as said of predications are ones that give a proper answer to these questions, whereas inherent predications do not. In fact, we can use Aristotle's vocabulary to restate the criticism that Socrates made of Euthyphro's attempt to answer the question, what is piety, by proposing that piety is what all the gods love. Aristotle might say to Euthyphro, yes, the pious is loved by all the gods, but this is an inherent predication, not a said of predication. Being loved by the gods is something that belongs to piety. It is in piety, but it is not what piety is. So, it is not said of piety. The takeaway point here is that from Aristotle's perspective, Socrates' quest for the answer to his what is X question is a search for what is said of X. Now, Aristotle claims you can divide all beings into those that are said of a subject and those that are not. Those that can be invoked to identify what something is, to answer a what is X question, are said of a subject. They go on the right-hand side of the line. Thus, human and Labrador retriever go on the right-hand side, while Socrates and Fido go on the left. Note that something might be both said of a subject, like Labrador retriever is said of Fido, and also have other things said of it, since dog and also animal are said of Labrador retriever. What's a Labrador retriever? It's a dog. What's a dog? It's a kind of animal. That is, something like Labrador retriever can be both said of a subject and also have other things said of it. But all that matters for this classification is whether Labrador retriever is said of anything. And the answer to this is yes. Fido is a Labrador retriever, and so Labrador retriever is said of Fido. Labrador retriever goes on the right-hand side of this basic division of entities. The basic distinction Aristotle is driving at here is between what is general or universal on the one hand and what is particular on the other. Things that are said of a subject are what Aristotle calls universals. They belong to many particular things. For example, human being belongs to Socrates, to Plato, to you. Labrador retriever belongs to Fido and to my neighbor's dog, and so on. By contrast, Particular human beings like Socrates and particular Labrador retrievers like Fido are numerically one. They don't have more specific instances that they belong to. Fido is not a kind of Labrador retriever, but a Labrador retriever. Socrates is not a kind of human being, but a human being. This is what Aristotle means when he says that things not said of a subject are individually and numerically one. They are particulars. Now, even if there are increasing levels of generality among universals, Labrador retriever is a particular kind of dog, and dogs are a particular kind of animal, still, Labrador retriever, dog, and animal are all universals rather than particulars. They all have instances that fall under them. But particulars, such as Socrates and Fido, do not. So the particulars go on the left-hand side of this basic division, since they are not said of any subject, and the universals go on the right, since they do have subjects that they are said of. In effect, universals like human, dog, and Labrador retriever are Aristotle's version of Platonic forms, since they answer "what is X?" questions. The answer to a "what is X?" question will be said of the many X's in the way that human being is said of Socrates and dog is said of Fido. The beautiful itself turns out to be an entity that is said of the many beautifuls. The just itself will be said of the many just things. The pious itself will be said of the many pious things. Note how this Aristotelian picture inverts the relation of priority between forms and sensibles that Plato insisted on. While Plato took the answer to "what is X?" questions to be intelligible forms, more real than the particular objects that depend on them for their being, Aristotle has the dependence relation going in the other direction. For the many beautiful things will be the subjects for the beautiful itself, and the many just things will be the subjects for the just itself, and so on. And subjects are more fundamental, more real than the items that are predicated of them. We'll see how Aristotle works out this picture in more detail when we look at the fourfold classification of beings that Aristotle articulates in Chapter 2 of the Categories. Aristotle's Categories is a work of ontology. That is, it is about onta, beings, or what there is. He is interested in classifying the kinds of beings there are, and within that classification, he wants to identify the beings that are the most fundamental, important, or real. Let's look now at the fourfold classification of beings that he generates in Chapter 2. And then see how he uses that classification to identify the most fundamental realities. Aristotle generates this fourfold ontology by invoking the two subject-predicate relations that we've been examining, being said of a subject and being in a subject. He thinks you can sort anything that is into one of four categories by asking two questions about it. Is it said of a subject? Yes or no? And is it in a subject? Yes or no? Harry Potter fans can think of these as the two questions asked by the sorting hat at the Aristotelian Institute of Ontology. We've just seen that the distinction between being said of a subject and not being said of any subject amounts to the distinction between universals and particulars. Thus, human being is a universal, which is said of Socrates, a particular, and Labrador retriever dog, and animal are universals that are said of the particular Labrador Retriever, Fido. Okay, so that's the East-West distinction. What about the North-South distinction? This concerns whether an entity is in a subject. Recall Aristotle's definition of being in a subject, or, as we've been calling it, inherence. What belongs to something, not as a part, and cannot exist separately from what it is in. We saw how this is the relation in which walking stands to Socrates. Walking is an activity of Socrates. It is the sort of thing that cannot exist without being the activity of something. This is also the relation in which brown stands to Fido. Supposing Fido is one of those beautiful chocolate brown Labrador retrievers. So walking and brown are inherent items, while Socrates and Fido are not. Things like colors, shapes, locations, activities, and so on go below the line, since they exist only by inhering in subjects like Socrates or Fido. But Socrates and Fido don't inhere in anything more fundamental, so they go above the line. In Chapter 4, Aristotle introduces the term substance to refer to the subjects of inherent items, those above the line. Socrates and Fido are substances. Now, what should we call the items that go below the line, beyond the fact that they inhere in substances? In Chapter 4, Aristotle just gives us a list: quality, quantity, activity, and so on. The list, however, provides us with a way of classifying the sorts of things that inhere in substances such as Socrates and Fido. That is, he's enumerating the sorts of things that can be said of the particular items that inhere in Socrates or Fido. For example, take brown, which is in Fido. What is it? Brown is a color. So color is said of brown. That means color goes in the right-hand column because it's a universal, but below the line because it inheres in a subject. Now, just as in the case of the universals above the line, where we can ask, what is a dog, and get the answer, it is an animal, we can ask further of color, below the line, what is it? And eventually, we are going to get the answer, color is a quality. So quality goes in this quadrant as well. Note that quality is one of the 10 categories of being that are listed in Chapter 4, where Aristotle says that every entity invoked in a predication is either a substance, or a quantity, or a quality, or relative, or where, or when, or being in a position, or having, or acting, or undergoing. Indeed, all those categories other than substance, that is, quality, quantity, position, relation, activity, and so forth, all of these will end up in the lower right quadrant of our fourfold classification. Aristotle is proposing these as the highest universals in the category of inherent entities. Note that acting, which is on the list of these universals in Chapter 4, will be said of walking, since walking is an action, something you do. Okay, to sum up Aristotle's fourfold classification of beings, it arises from the combination of two distinctions between universals and particulars on the one hand, that's the East-West distinction, and between substances and inherent items on the other. That's the North-South distinction. This yields 4 basic kinds of beings: universal substances, universal inherent properties, particular inherent properties, and particular substances. Now, there is some dispute about how to understand the East-West distinction south of the line, that is, between universals and particulars in the case of inherent entities. But that complication need not concern us here. What's important for our purposes is the direction of the having a subject relation. Recall that to have a subject is to be dependent on a more fundamental underlying entity. If we draw arrows pointing to the subject on which an entity depends, we'll be able to see pretty clearly which category Aristotle singles out as most important and why. First, we can note the east-west dependence. Universals have particulars as their subjects, so the arrows of dependence go towards the particulars. Now the north-south dependence. Inherent items have as their subjects the substances in which they inhere. Now to identify the most fundamental beings. Which category serves as the subject to every other, either directly or indirectly? It is the category of particular substances. All other entities are either set of them as subjects, those are the universal substances, or in them as subjects, those are the particular inherent items, or have as their subjects items that do one of these two things. Those are the universal inherent items. And note, there are no arrows of dependence leading away from particular substances. These have no subjects, but they are the subjects for everything else. That makes them the most fundamental kind of being. They underlie everything, with nothing more fundamental that underlies them. That is why Aristotle calls them primary substances. He concludes in chapter 5, what is called substance most fully, primarily, and most of all, is what is neither said of any subject nor in any subject. For instance, an individual man or horse. And all other things are either said of the primary substances as subjects or in them as subjects. As subjects for all other things, primary substances are the most important or fundamental kind of being. In fact, that's pretty much what the word translated substance means. In Greek, it is ousia, which is an abstract noun formed from the participle of the verb to be. A more literal translation would be beingness, and a perfectly good rendering would be reality, where reality stands for genuine or first class, as opposed to derivative, parasitic, or second-grade being. To call something an ousia is to confer a special, high-grade ontological status on it, something that is lost in the translation substance, since as we use the term, we tend to think of substances as things you can spread, handle, spray out of a can, or get stuck in your hair. It's not an honorific term in the way Aristotle uses ousia. Matters are even more complicated by the history of our English word substance, which originates from the Latin translation of Aristotle's word for subject, hypokeimenon, or underlying thing. But don't worry about these linguistic complications if you find them distracting. I actually love this sort of thing. The main point to keep in mind is that the term substance in our translation of Aristotle is standing in for ousia, which we can think of as the gold medal winner in the ontological Olympics. With this understanding of ousia, we can see that it has the ontological status that Plato attributed to his intelligible forms. So now we can articulate the ontological dispute between Plato and Aristotle. Plato thought that the entities that deserve the title ousia, the most fundamental entities, are suprasensible, intelligible forms. Aristotle, by contrast, thought that the most basic realities are those that serve as subjects for all the rest, and these are such ordinary entities as human beings and other animals. We have seen that Aristotle thinks the most fundamental realities are the subjects for everything else that exists. Substances are the subjects for the qualities, quantities, activities, and so forth that inhere in them. And particular substances, like Socrates and Phaedo, are the subjects for the universals, such as human and animal, that are said of them. So concrete, particular objects like you and me, and presumably also things like tables and chairs, end up being the most fundamental realities in Aristotle's ontological schema, according to what we might call the subject test for substance. This is why Aristotle calls these things primary substances. Chapter 5 of the Categories explores some of the other features that distinguish substances from inherent items such as colors and sizes, and that distinguish primary substances, like Phaedo, from universal substances, like dog. Aristotle calls these universal substances secondary substances. What he emphasizes here as most distinctive of substances, and of primary as opposed to secondary substances, is that they are able to, as he puts it, receive contraries. Here's what he says. It seems most distinctive of substance that numerically one and the same thing, that is a particular, is able to receive contraries. For example, the color that is numerically one and the same, that is a particular color, will not be pale and dark. But a substance, an individual man, for instance, becomes at one time pale, at another time dark. For example, consider Phaedo's color, which is dark brown. It, being the particular color it is, couldn't be lighter or darker. Now, when Phaedo gets old and gray, his color will lighten. But that's a loose way of speaking, according to Aristotle. It is not the particular color, which is dark brown, that has become lighter or grayer. Dark brown is still dark. Rather, Phaedo will have changed from being dark brown to being a lighter, grayer color. Colors are the sorts of things that can be lighter or darker, but they are not the sorts of things that can become lighter or darker. The same thing goes for all the other things that inhere in substances, according to Aristotle. It is the substances, not the inherent items, that get lighter or darker colored, larger or smaller, and so forth. This ability to receive contraries while remaining numerically one and the same is most distinctive of substance, Aristotle claims. Can you think of a counterexample? Something that is not a substance, but that can have contrary properties. Apparently, someone at the back of Aristotle's classroom thought they could. Aristotle records the objection in chapter 5, and it goes something like this. Statements and beliefs, which are not substances, nonetheless can receive contraries. For when Socrates is sitting down, the sentence, Socrates is seated, is true. And when Socrates gets up and goes for a walk, the same sentence is false. So the same sentence can go from true to false. So substances aren't the only things that can receive contraries. Sentences can do so as well. What do you think of this counterexample? Has numerically one and the same statement changed from true to false? Aristotle doesn't think so. To say that the sentence has changed its truth value is just a loose way of speaking, as when we say Phaedo's color has changed, when it's not strictly speaking the color, but Phaedo that has changed. Rather, what's really changed, in the sentence example, is Socrates, who has gone from sitting down to standing up and walking. While the statement has gone from true to false, this is just an elliptical way of talking about a change that is taking place somewhere else. Here's a way to think about it. Suppose a neighbor of Socrates writes on a wall in an obscure corner of Athens, "Socrates is seated," and then sits down to keep a close watch over this message for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Socrates sits down for breakfast, making the wall writing true, then gets up and goes for a walk, making it false. Then he arrives in the agora and sits down to have a conversation, after which he walks to the pnyx, where the assembly meets, and he sits down to listen to speeches, but jumps up to applaud his favorite speaker every few minutes. Think about all the times during the day that the wall writing has gone from true to false and back again, especially that rapid oscillation when Socrates is applauding the speakers. Was anything happening to the wall then, or to the writing? If we asked our observer who's been keeping an eye on the wall writing whether it's changed at all during the day, the answer would be nope, nothing's happening to it. Nonetheless, that sentence, that wall writing, was going back and forth between being true and being false. These transitions are undetectable to the wall observer, not for want of fancy equipment to detect changes invisible to the naked eye, but rather because the wall and the writing on it are not changing. The changes that make the writing true and then false are happening in a completely different part of town, where Socrates is. Socrates is the thing that is actually changing, not the statement that his actions make true or false. Okay, to get back to the main point, which is the distinctive features of substances for Aristotle. The moral of our story here is that substances are not only the subjects of predicates, but they are also the subjects of change. Primary substances, particular concrete individuals like Socrates and Phaedo, are not only the most fundamental entities in the world, they are also subject to the changes that happen in the world. And this status as subjects of change is one of the marks of their status as substances. Note how far we have come from the Platonic picture. Plato accepts what we might call a Heraclitean view of the natural world, the world we experience. That is, he agrees that it is full of change, but he thinks the truly real beings, the forms, are not part of the changing world, but are beyond it in some intelligible Parmenidean realm where there is no change. Aristotle, by contrast, has located his fundamental realities within the natural world and selects as their most distinctive feature that they are the subjects of change. We will turn next to study Aristotle's natural philosophy, where he presents his own solution to the Parmenidean problem about change, but also runs into some ontological difficulties as a result. Now we turn to Aristotle's natural philosophy, and we will start with a treatise called the Physics, from the Greek physis, for nature. The job of the natural philosopher, Aristotle tells us, is to inquire into the principles of change. A basic presupposition of this sort of inquiry is that there really is change, that it's not illusory or incoherent, as Parmenides alleged. So Aristotle's first task will be to answer Parmenides' challenge. Like his naturalist predecessors, he has to provide an analysis of change which does not imply that there is coming into being from what is not. This is the project he undertakes in Book 1 of the Physics. By the time Aristotle writes this treatise, natural philosophers have been responding to the Parmenidean challenge for at least a century. Aristotle endorses the general strategy taken by Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and the atomists, although he thinks that his own version is superior to theirs, for reasons that needn't concern us right now. Aristotle summarizes his version of this strategy in Chapter 7 of Book 1, and in Chapter 8 he explains how it meets Parmenides' challenge. I'm going to focus on Chapter 7. There, he argues that every change has the following principles: an underlying subject and two contraries. For example, when an oak tree grows from a sapling into a mature tree, it changes from small to large. At the beginning of the change, there is a small oak tree, and at the end of the change, there is a large one, which has come to be from the small one. Even though the large oak comes to be from what is not a large oak, it still comes to be from something that is an oak. So this isn't a case of coming into being from what is not. As long as every change has a persisting subject, which is there at the beginning of the change and still there at the end, then change is not vulnerable to Parmenides' objection. But what about when the oak tree comes into existence? It can't be the underlying subject of this change, so what is? It's not immediately obvious what the persisting subject is in this case, so let's look at a simpler example to get the general idea. When a bronze statue is created in the sculptor's workshop, the statue is not there at the beginning of the process, but the bronze is. The statue comes to be not from nothing, but from the bronze. Like the oak tree that persists through the change of growing larger, the bronze persists through the change in which the statue comes into existence. We might say the statue is a rearrangement of some stuff that was there all along. Aristotle calls this pre-existing stuff that is still there in the finished product the matter, the hule of the statue. Before, the statue's matter was not arranged in the shape of the statue, but after, at the end of the change, it is statue-shaped. Aristotle says it has acquired the form of a statue, which he will later tell us is what it is to be a statue. Note the Platonic pedigree of this notion. Aristotle inherits this Platonic tradition and claims that the statue, indeed every substance, can be analyzed into its matter, what it is made of, and its form, what it is. This analysis of change allows Aristotle to meet the Parmenidean challenge, since every substance, every statue, oak tree, dog, horse, and so forth, has as its constituent matter an underlying subject from which it comes to be. The matter of some substances is pretty easy to identify, as in the case of a bronze statue or a brick wall, and so forth. But it's more complicated in the case of natural substances like trees and animals. So what is the matter of the oak tree? We might say, just as the statue is made of bronze, the oak tree is made of branches, bark, and leaves. But the branches, bark, and leaves did not exist before the oak tree did, so they can't be the persisting subject that underlies the trees coming into being. What about the acorn? Unlike the bark and leaves, it was certainly there at the beginning, but it hasn't persisted through to the end. Rather, it's been replaced by the sapling and the mature tree. So the acorn can't be that from which the oak tree comes to be. To identify the underlying stuff out of which the oak tree comes to be, we have to ask what the wood, bark, and leaves are made of. Aristotle accepts the views of his predecessors that earth, air, fire, and water are the ultimate constituents of the natural world, at least in the sublunary region. Up in the celestial spheres, he thinks there is a fifth element, ether, but that needn't concern us here. Now, sometimes we don't need to go all the way down to the level of the elements to identify the persisting subject of a coming to be. When we specify the material out of which artifacts such as furniture and statues come to be, we can identify familiar sorts of stuffs: wood, metal, rock, and so forth. But in the case of organisms, we do have to go all the way down to earth, air, fire, and water to identify the persisting subject out of which they come to be. Here's how the story goes in the case of the oak tree. At the microscopic level, the mature tree is made up of elemental earth, air, fire, and water. Most of these constituents were somewhere else when the oak tree was a sapling. Indeed, in the time before the acorn grew and fell from the parent tree, all of them were. But now, all that previously scattered material has been gathered together into the complicated structure that is the oak tree. That stuff, or material, is the underlying subject of the oak tree's coming into being. And the same is true of you and me and our ultimate constituents. It is out of our material constituents that we have come to be. So this is Aristotle's answer to Parmenides' challenge. Every change involves an underlying subject that was there at the beginning, so change does not involve coming into being from what is not. Now that's a perfectly good answer to Parmenides. But now it looks like Aristotle has a new problem. Recall his insistence in the categories that substances are the subjects for everything else and have the distinctive feature of being subjects of change. To get a sense of the problem, consider Socrates and Phaedo, two of Aristotle's examples of primary substances in the categories. Aristotle emphasizes there the role that Socrates and Phaedo play as subjects for inherent properties like size and shape, and of universals such as human, dog, and animal. He also points out that they are subjects of changes. They get bigger, they turn gray, they sit down and stand up, or move to a new neighborhood. But the analysis of change in the physics indicates that there is one important change of which Socrates and Phaedo are not the subject, the change that is their coming into being. As in the case of the oak tree, it is their material constituents, a collection of earth, air, fire, and water, that are the subject of that change. So this leaves us with two questions. First of all, earth, air, fire, and water seem to satisfy the subject test for being a substance. So should we add them to the list of primary substances? Second, if Socrates and Phaedo are arrangements of earth, air, fire, and water, doesn't this make them inherent properties of the material elements? If so, then Socrates and Phaedo are paradigmatic examples of primary substances in the categories, turn out to have a subject in which they inhere. So how can we continue to regard them as primary substances? Nature and substance. Does Aristotle's analysis of change in the physics require him to revise the conclusions he defended in the categories about which entities are the primary substances? Some people do draw this conclusion, Aristotle tells us in Chapter 1 of Book 2 of the Physics. Some people, he says, think that the nature and substance of a natural thing is the primary constituent present in it, so that the nature of a bed, for instance, would be wood, and the nature of a statue would be the bronze. And if each of these things is related to something else in the same way, bronze and gold, for instance, to water, bones and wood to earth, And so on with anything else. That thing is their nature and substance. This is why some people say that fire or earth or air or water is the nature of the things that exist. Whichever one or more of these a person selects, he says that this or these are all the substances there is, and he takes everything else to be attributes, states, and conditions of these things. Those who take this position are drawing the surprising conclusion that we noted last lecture when reflecting on the analysis of change that Aristotle puts forth in Book 1 of the Physics. If Socrates and Phaedo come to be from their underlying matter, earth, air, fire, and water, doesn't this make earth, air, fire, and water the primary substances, and Socrates and Phaedo merely attributes, states, and conditions of these more fundamental entities? Must we demote Socrates and Phaedo from the status of substance in our ontology and classify them with inherent entities instead? Aristotle doesn't think so. Towards the end of Book 1, after introducing the analysis of change that seems to encourage some people to draw this conclusion, he allows that matter is close to being a substance and in a way is a substance. But in Book 2, he continues to insist that individual humans, animals, and plants are substances, not just arrangements or properties of earth, air, fire, and water. To defend this conclusion, however, he needs something better than the subject criterion for being a substance. In Book 2, he develops a new criterion for being a substance. Natural things are substances. We can see this new criterion reflected in the way he articulates the dispute with his opponents. They claim that the nature and substance of a natural thing is its primary constituents. In their view, earth, air, fire, and water are the nature and substance of things. But what does nature have to do with being a substance? Well, we've spent some time examining what Aristotle means by substance. Now we need to see how he defines nature. What is nature? Or, as Aristotle tends to put it, what is a nature? Aristotle opens Book 2 of the Physics by drawing a distinction between things that are natural, like animals, plants, and elemental earth, air, fire, and water, and things that are not. The distinguishing feature of a natural thing, he explains, is that it has within itself a principle, an arche, of motion and stability in place, in growth and decay, or in alteration. Now, it's relatively easy to see what he has in mind by claiming that animals and plants have an internal principle of change. Plants and animals grow from the inside, as it were, in contrast to a bed or a table whose parts are assembled by the carpenter, who is external to the bed or table. The bed and table aren't assembling themselves the way the growing oak tree is. Animals have, in addition, the further ability to move themselves about from place to place, the power of locomotion. A deer running across the field is, we might say, self-propelled, whereas the ball that is tossed across the field is moved by an external principle, the thrower. Balls don't pick themselves up and go somewhere, but animals do. So much for the natural motions of plants and animals. What about the elemental bodies, which also appear on Aristotle's list of natural entities? What sorts of movements does he attribute to them? Heraclitus, we saw, is impressed by the flickering motion of fire. But that's not what Aristotle has in mind. In his view, all the elements have a natural place in the cosmos. Earth at the center, fire at the periphery, with air just below fire, and water just below air. When an elemental body is not in its natural place, it moves toward that place, unless something gets in the way. So here on the ground, the natural motion of elemental earth and water is to go down, while that of fire and air is to go up. We have seen what a nature is for Aristotle. So now the question is, what has a nature? The natural motions of elemental earth, air, fire, and water can sometimes be observed in macroscopic bodies. For example, a chair is made of wood, and wood's primary constituent, according to Aristotle, is earth. So the chair will go down if you push it off the balcony, or if the floor gives way beneath it. In another example, a helium-filled balloon will go up if you don't hold it down. So you might wonder whether the chair's falling or the balloon's rising will also count as natural motions for Aristotle, since there isn't an external principle that is moving them. It's the internal air or earth that is doing the work. Now Aristotle says no, and his reason for saying no will help us understand the last part of his definition of nature. The chair is not a natural thing, Aristotle says, even though its natural tendency is to travel downward. But why not? If a natural tendency to travel downward is enough to make earth natural, why isn't it enough in the case of the chair? Aristotle's answer is that the chair has a principle of downward motion only insofar as it is made of earth, not insofar as it is a chair. This is what he means when he says that the internal principle of change in a natural thing has to belong to it not coincidentally, but rather in its own right. So the chair does have an internal principle of downward motion, but not insofar as it is a chair, only insofar as it is earth. Elemental earth, by contrast, has this principle of downward motion in its own right, insofar as it is earth. So earth, rather than the chair, is a natural thing. Now, once Aristotle has clarified what he means by nature and a natural thing, he says, a nature, then, is what we have said. That is, an internal principle of change that belongs to its subject non-coincidentally. And the things that have a nature are those that have this sort of principle. All these things are substances. So natural things are substances. That means if Aristotle can defend the claim that Socrates and Phaedo are natural things, then he can establish that they are substances after all. But can he defend his view that they are natural? Certainly animals and plants are on the list of natural things that opens chapter 1 of book 2. Aristotle thinks they are natural, but his opponents are those who think that fire or earth or air or water is the nature of the things that exist. That is, they think that earth, air, fire, and water are the internal principles of all natural changes. So when the oak sapling grows into a mature tree, an internally produced set of changes, this is simply the earth, air, fire, and water doing their natural things, moving in their natural directions, albeit in a very complicated arrangement. The internal principle of growth that is undeniably within the oak tree still does not belong to the oak tree insofar as it is an oak tree, that is, in its own right. But rather, it belongs only insofar as it is made of earth, air, fire, and water. On the opponent's view, the sapling growing into a mature oak is like the chair falling to the ground. The principle of motion that drives the growth belongs to earth, air, fire, and water in their own right, but to the tree only coincidentally. Thus, the oak tree is not a natural thing, on their view, any more than the chair is. This is the position of those who say that matter is nature. that whatever internal principle of change a tree or an animal might have belongs to its material constituents, not to what it is as a tree or animal. Aristotle, on the other hand, thinks that plants and animals have internal principles of change that belong to them insofar as they are what they are, that is, in virtue of their form. Thus, Aristotle defends the claim that, at least in the case of organisms, such as plants and animals, it is their form, more than their matter, that is their nature. Another way of translating this phrase, which captures Aristotle's point even better, I think, is that form rather than matter is nature. Nature as form. One of Aristotle's projects as a natural philosopher is to establish that the natural scientist must study form, not simply matter. He thinks the pre-Socratic naturalists neglected form and concentrated almost exclusively on matter. That's why he attributes to them the thesis that nature is matter. Do you remember what nature is for Aristotle? An internal principle of change. The thesis he attributes to these materialists is that the natural growth of plants and animals is simply due to their material constituents. Here's how he articulates their position in a very helpful passage in the De Anima. Some think the nature of fire is the unqualified cause of nourishment and growth, since it is the only body that is evidently nourished and grows, and hence one might suppose that it also performs this function in both plants and animals. That is, you might suppose plants and animals grow because they have elemental fire as a constituent. But Aristotle thinks this is only part of the story. He replies, "In fact, however, fire is a sort of co-cause, but not the unqualified cause. It is the soul, rather than the fire, that is the unqualified cause. For while fire grows without limit, as long as there is fuel, the size and growth of everything naturally constituted has a limit and form, which are characteristic of soul, not of fire. That is, of the form rather than the matter." Now let's set aside here Aristotle's use of the term soul instead of form, which we will come back to later when we study the De Anima. Aristotle's point is that a growing plant or animal does not just get bigger and bigger. Rather, it grows only to a certain size, and its growth maintains a certain structure and proportion. That's how the growth of an oak differs from that of a Labrador retriever. Both grow larger, but the structure or form observed by the growth is very different in each case. And if we want to find the cause of the limits to that growth, we have to appeal to form. Here it is helpful to think of form as structure and proportion. The growing oak is not simply a bunch of earth, air, fire, and water, but earth, air, fire, and water structured in a particular way. And that structure and proportion are crucial for determining the sorts of effects the elemental motions will have. Aristotle concedes that elemental fire may be doing the work in a growing tree or plant. We may credit fire with there being any getting bigger at all. That's why he allows that fire is a co-cause, where co, as is in co-pilot, a subordinate member of the team in the cockpit. In this, Aristotle is following Plato in the Timaeus, where the cosmologist Timaeus claims, earth, air, fire, and water are among the co-causes employed in the service of the god, as he does his utmost to bring to completion the form of what is most excellent. But because these elements make things cold or hot, compact or disperse them, and produce all sorts of similar effects, most people regard them not as co-causes, but as the actual causes of all things. Timaeus here attributes to the elements a variety of causal powers in addition to their natural motions. They can bring about heating and cooling, hardening and softening, and so on. But his basic point is the same one that Aristotle makes. There needs to be earth, air, fire, and water in order for complex natural processes to occur, but these elements are subordinate to the true causes of these processes, which Aristotle identifies as form. So to summarize this general line of defense of the thesis that form is nature, complex organisms, such as plants and animals, undergo natural change because they are composed of earth, air, fire, and water. But they undergo the specific, characteristic, and complex changes of their growth and development because of the form that structures these material principles. In other words, the internal principle that drives their growth and development belongs to them in virtue of their form. This is what Aristotle means when he says that an animal's or plant's form, rather than its matter, is its nature. The four causes. In Book 2 of the Physics, Aristotle begins the third chapter by announcing that we should consider how many and what sorts of causes there are. For we think we know something only when we find the reason why it is so. That is, when we find its primary cause. The word translated cause here is the Greek aitia, which is also sometimes translated explanation, which makes sense since Aristotle indicates here that an aitia is the reason why it is so, or more literally, the why. When we answer a why question, we give an explanation. Now, causes or explanations come in four basic varieties, Aristotle tells us. He explains what these are in Chapter 3, and again in Chapter 7. These often get called Aristotle's four causes, but if it seems odd to think of some of them as causes, try thinking of them as explanations instead. Sometimes people say these are Aristotle's four be-causes. Each of the four kinds of aitia Aristotle distinguishes answers a different kind of question. Let's start with what gets called the formal cause. This answers the question, what is it? Suppose we are wondering about the animal grazing in the field next to us. I might ask, what is it? When you say, it's a donkey, you are citing the animal's form, what it is. Now, saying it's a donkey may not sound very much like giving a cause, since we tend to think of causation in terms of bats hitting balls or lightning causing fires. But saying it's a donkey can be quite explanatory. I might be wondering, why does it have such large ears? And you tell me, it's a donkey. Oh, that makes sense. I thought it was a horse. Or, why doesn't this poem have any rhymes in it? Because it's a haiku. Or, why is the fish served raw? Because it's sushi. In all these examples, we are answering a question about something by saying what it is. So much for the formal cause. Now for the material cause, or as Aristotle likes to call it, that from which. If we ask what our donkey is made of, the most precise answer, Aristotle thinks, is that it is made of limbs and organs. Now, the donkey's limbs and organs, in turn, are made of flesh, bone, and blood. So flesh, bone, and blood are the matter of the limbs and organs. And flesh, bone, and blood, in turn, have as their material constituents earth, air, fire, and water. Note how the distinction between form and matter gets iterated all the way down. So the same thing can be matter, relative to the level above it, and form, relative to the level below it. Now, Aristotle thinks you can ask, what is it from, even about immaterial things, like the conclusion of an argument, which is from the premises, he tells us. But in the natural world, the material cause of something will be its components, or constituents. There are lots of different questions you can answer about something by citing its constituents. For example, we can explain why the statue turns green after being outside for a while by noting that it is made of bronze. And we can explain why dogs pant in the heat by noting that they don't have many sweat glands. And for both the dog and the statue, we can explain why they stay put on the ground rather than float off into the air by noting that they have a lot of earth and water among their basic constituents. Now, in addition to asking, what is it, and what is it made of, we can also ask of something, what made or produced it? The sculptor makes the statue, the doctor cures the patient, the batter hits a home run, and so on. Aristotle's official label for this third kind of cause is the source of the primary principle of change or stability. But since that's a mouthful, he often refers to it simply as the maker or the mover. We tend to call it the efficient cause, from the Latin for maker. Aristotle thinks the efficient cause of the donkey is its father. He relegates the mother to the supplier of the material cause. It's easy to see how the formal, material, and efficient cause work together. The sculptor puts the form of the statue into the bronze, the builder puts the form of the house into the bricks and boards, and so on. This is pretty much the picture we find in Plato's Timaeus, where the demiurge, whom we can now identify as an efficient cause, replicates the eternal forms in the material provided by the receptacle. Now, you might think that these three causes are enough for the natural scientist: form, matter, and the efficient cause. But Aristotle thinks there is a fourth kind of cause, which answers a further kind of question we can ask about something. Aristotle calls this the end or goal, the telos, and we call it the final cause, from the Latin for goal. Aristotle says, further, something's end, that is, what it is for, is its cause, as health is of walking. For why does he walk? We say, to be healthy. And in saying this, we think we have provided the cause. We find this kind of cause invoked in the Timaeus as well, when Timaeus asks, why did he who framed this whole universe, that is the demiurge, frame it? Do you remember the answer? The god, that is the demiurge, wanted everything to be good, so far as that was possible, and so he took over all that was in discordant and disorderly motion, that's the receptacle, and brought it from a state of disorder into one of order, because he believed that order was in every way better than disorder. The demiurge imposes the order of form on the disorderly matter of the receptacle, because order is good. The person who walks every day in order to be healthy is also aiming at a good. In general, Aristotle thinks goals or ends are good. That's why he calls the final cause the end and the good. There's nothing particularly controversial here. In general, when we ask for the goal or the point of an activity, we are asking what good is to come of it. And we accept explanations of this sort all the time when we are trying to understand human behavior. What is controversial, however, is whether there are final causes in nature, that is, outside the domain of human action. The creation story in the Timaeus gives a final cause for the creation of the universe, but it also invokes a divine agent, the demiurge, who is consciously aiming at what he thinks is good. Aristotle, however, thinks there are final causes in nature, even where there is no agent consciously aiming at the good. In particular, he insists that the growth and development of plants and animals is goal-directed. The process of development in which an acorn sprouts and grows into a seedling, then a sapling, and eventually into a mature oak tree, is directed at the mature form of the oak tree as its goal. Note that, in this example, the form of the oak tree and the final cause of its development are the same thing. A phenomenon that Aristotle claims is ubiquitous among natural things. He says, often what something is and what it is for are one. But why does he think that the acorn's development is for anything? What are his grounds for claiming that this is a goal-directed process? Aristotle explains his position in Chapter 8, which will be the subject of another lecture. Natural teleology. Nature is one of the causes that are for something. This is the thesis that Aristotle sets out to defend in Chapter 8 of Book 2 of the Physics. Recall that nature is an internal principle of change, and that what something is for is a final cause, the goal or good. So Aristotle's thesis is that natural changes are goal-directed, that they have a final cause. He considers an animal that typically develops teeth that are flat in the back, and so good for chewing, and sharp in the front, good for biting off things to chew. Let's suppose this is a dog. On the whole, this is a good arrangement for the dog, whose life would be a lot more difficult if the sharp teeth were in the back and the flat ones in the front. Okay, so we've identified a good result of the dog's natural development. Now, Aristotle's claim is that this good result is the goal of the process of development, that all the complex business of the growing animal, taking in nutrients, building tissues, excreting wastes, and so forth, is all directed at producing teeth that are flat in the back and sharp in front, and presumably all the other doggy features. It doesn't just happen to turn out that way. There was a principle, the dog's nature, aiming at that result. The alternative hypothesis, the one Aristotle finds in his pre-Socratic predecessors, Democritus and Empedocles, is that the good teeth are just a coincidental result of a lot of earth, air, fire, and water going about doing their natural business inside and outside the dog. Earth trying to go down, fire trying to go up, air and water trying to get to their respective locations, all of them getting in each other's way, some of them transforming into each other, and all of them ending up collectively in an arrangement that happens to be good for the dog. On this alternative hypothesis, the good teeth that result from all this elemental activity are only a coincidental result of the development, like the crop growth that results from rainfall. On Aristotle's version of the rain cycle, rain falls because air that has been drawn up by its natural motion then cools down and becomes water, an elemental transformation, and water's natural motion is to go down. The rain that comes down as a result of this process is certainly good for any crops that have been planted, but it falls regardless of whether any such benefit will result. In just the same way, the opponents claim, the natural motions of earth, air, fire, and water end up producing teeth that are good for biting and chewing, but they would yield the same configuration of enamel, bone, and gum, regardless of whether this was useful for the animal. Now, as I read the structure of the disagreement here, and there's a lot of controversy among interpreters of Aristotle on this point, Aristotle is prepared to concede to the opponents that it is completely coincidental that it rains when the crops need it. But he insists that it's not a coincidence that the animal develops teeth that are good for biting and chewing. There is a significant difference between the rain case and the teeth case, in his view. The difference, he tells us, is that the rain cycle doesn't benefit the crops always or for the most part, whereas dogs do generally grow teeth that are good for biting and chewing. He is assuming, in line with his discussion of chance in previous chapters, that if a causal process yields a particular result always or for the most part, it's not a coincidence. As he puts it, no result of luck or chance, that is, no coincidence, comes to be either always or for the most part. He explains this point by invoking the rainfall again, which is a bit confusing since this time he's not asking whether the benefit to the crops is a coincidence, but rather whether the rain itself is a coincidence. It's not a coincidence if it rains in the winter, since this is the rainy season in Greece. But it is a coincidence if it rains in the summer, since this is typically the dry season. We can understand the seasonal difference as follows. It tends to rain a lot in the winter because that's when temperatures are cooler. And so air, doing what it naturally does by rising, will be chilled, thus generating the cycle of condensation that issues in rain. So it's not coincidental that there's a lot of rain in the winter. But it is coincidental if it rains in the summer, since something unusual has to happen to produce the cold temperature that is crucial for the rain cycle. The main point here is that winter conditions are reliable rain producers, while summer conditions are not. That makes it a coincidence if it rains in the summer, but not if it rains in the winter. Now let's consider why Aristotle agrees with his opponents that making the crops grow is only a coincidental result of the rain cycle. Recall that a coincidental result is irregular or infrequent. Does rain reliably make crops grow? Well, only in certain circumstances. If it rains a lot before planting, that's no good for the crops, since the farmers won't be able to work in the muddy soil. And as Aristotle notes, it's bad for it to rain after the grain has been harvested, since that will spoil the yield. So only if it rains between planting and harvesting is it good for the crops. Now, does the rain cycle have anything in it that makes rainfall more likely during the times when it's good for the crops? Of course, the farmers do their best to plant the grain at a time when the rain is likely to fall. So in a well-functioning agricultural system, it won't be a coincidence that the rain falls when the crops need it. But the credit for that regularity is entirely due to the farmers, who arrange their planting schedule to fit the predictable rainfall. The rain is going to fall no matter what the farmers do, as we can see, since it falls on cultivated and uncultivated fields alike. There is no intrinsic feature of the rain cycle that makes it reliable at growing crops. For that kind of reliability, you have to depend on the farmers. So as far as the rain cycle is concerned, the benefit to the crops is coincidental. Now let's go back to the case of the dog's teeth. Are they good for biting and chewing as a coincidental result of the dog's development? Or are teeth of this sort a regular and predictable result of that development? Clearly the second, Aristotle insists. Teeth that are flat in the back and sharp in front are a regular and reliable result of a dog's development, and so they are not a coincidental result. And the same is true of all the species-typical features of animals and plants. Aristotle is saying to his opponents, look, what's growing is a dog. It's the offspring of a dog, and unless something goes wrong, which of course can happen, it's going to end up having the sort of teeth that dogs typically have. His point is that there is a regularity and reliability in the process that gives dogs teeth of this sort, along with all the other doggy features. We are not going to see that regularity if we only look to the natural movements of the dog's elemental constituents, however. The regularity obtains at the level of the dog's form, not its matter. We are now in a position to appreciate Aristotle's summary of his case against the opposition. Teeth and other parts, and all natural things, come to be as they do either always or usually, whereas no result of luck or chance comes to be either always or usually. If then these seem either to be coincidental results or to be for something, and they cannot be coincidental or chance results, they are for something. The argument can be summarized as follows. Step 1. Dogs typically develop teeth good for biting and chewing. 2. A typical result is not a coincidence. 3. So it's not a coincidence that dogs develop teeth good for biting and chewing. 4. If the development is not coincidental, it must be for something. 5. So the dog's development is for something. That is, it is goal-directed, which is exactly what Aristotle has set out to prove in this chapter. What do you think of this argument? Has Aristotle convinced you that natural processes, like animal and plant growth, are goal-directed? Soul as cause. We now turn to Aristotle's treatise On the Soul, which we refer to by the Latin translation of its title, De Anima. Soul, for Aristotle, is the principle of life. So all living things, plants as well as animals, have souls. This is not to say that they have some immaterial stuff that animates them and then flies off to another realm when they are dead, as Plato and others had supposed. Rather, he identifies a living thing's soul with its form, something that is intimately bound up with its material body. He says, we need not ask whether the soul and body are one, any more than we need to ask this about the wax and the shape in it. Just what the soul is a question his predecessors have struggled with, Aristotle tells us in Book 1, as he surveys and criticizes their views. But they all agree on one basic point, which Aristotle also endorses. The soul is a principle or cause of motion. And this makes sense if we take motion broadly enough to include all the changes or activities that are distinctive of living things. At the most basic level, there is nutrition and growth. This is what plants do. At the next level, there is perception and locomotion, which animals engage in. And at the next level, rational animals, there is thinking and reasoning, which human beings do. When we or any other living creature engages in any of these life activities, growing, perceiving, moving around, thinking, it is our soul that is the cause. Aristotle and his predecessors agree on this. But what sort of thing is the soul, and how does it cause these activities? By and large, the pre-Socratic naturalists proposed that the soul is a particular kind of body. The atomist Democritus proposed that it is a mass of tiny spherical atoms that are always in motion. These circulate inside the body of the living creature and cause changes in it by pushing, pulling, and impact. Aristotle makes fun of this by saying it's like the fairy story about the enchanter Daedalus, who set the wooden statue of Aphrodite in motion by pouring in quicksilver. The soul, conceived of in this way, moves the body of the living thing by pushing, pulling, and impact. It is a moved mover, that is, something that causes motion by itself being in motion. Even the immaterial soul invoked by Plato is in motion and moves the body by transferring its own motion to it. Think of the world soul driving the orbits of the celestial spheres in the Timaeus. Now, Aristotle thinks all this is a very problematic way of characterizing the principle that animates living bodies. If the soul moves the body by itself being in motion, then we have to answer a prior question: what moves the soul? And then it doesn't seem like the soul is the source of the body's motion after all. Whatever moves the soul would have that status. Now, Democritus avoids this problem by proposing that the soul is always in motion. But then it becomes difficult to explain how the soul causes the body to come to rest, which surely is something else a soul does. Stopping to sit down is as much a life activity as getting up to walk around. Aristotle's own view is that the soul is not the sort of thing that can be in motion. It is the form of a natural body. What this means, that soul is form, means pretty much the same as Aristotle's claim that an animal or plant's form is its nature. Now, nature for Aristotle is an internal principle of change and stability, and this sort of principle, we now know, is an efficient cause, or a mover. So in effect, Aristotle's view is that a living thing is moved by its form. But how could something's form move it? Certainly not by pushing and pulling, by being in motion itself, since form is not the sort of thing that can be in motion. It is bodies like earth, air, fire, and water that can be in motion and can impart their motion to other bodies. Still, unless they are arranged in the proper structure and proportion, their motions won't yield complicated life activities like nutrition and growth or perception. The crucial causal role of form is like that of structure. Even if ultimately it is bodies like earth, air, fire, and water that are doing the pushing and pulling at the microscopic level, the structure in which they do the pushing and pulling plays a crucial causal role in determining the result. Thus, form is what Aristotle would call an unmoved mover. Now, in many cases, form isn't simply a matter of structure, but the same point holds. When the skilled builder is constructing the house, the builder is the efficient cause, or mover. But strictly speaking, it is the builder's skill that is the mover, Aristotle tells us. So while the builder is hammering and sawing away and engaging in various bodily motions that produce the house, his skill as a builder is playing a crucial causal role in the process, but not by contributing an extra movement to the process, like Daedalus's quicksilver. Now to get back to the soul. Just as the building skill is what makes someone a builder, that is, it's the form of a builder, the capacities for nutrition and growth, for perception and locomotion, and for thought are what make something alive. These capacities, Aristotle calls them first actualities, constitute the form of a living thing. While they are exercised through various movements in the body, their causal role is not as another movement added to the rest. In cases like this, as in cases where form is structure, form is an unmoved mover. To sum up, soul, as Aristotle conceives of it, is a cause of movement, a mover, but not by itself being in movement. It causes movement in the way a form does. Thus, soul, for Aristotle, is an unmoved mover. Now, the notion of an unmoved mover has a very important role to play in Aristotle's cosmology. That's a topic that will bring us back to the physics, to Book 8 of that work. Is motion eternal? So far in Aristotle's natural philosophy, we have been looking at the case of individual living creatures, like plants and animals. We have seen Aristotle defend the claim that their nature is their form, and that they are moved by their souls. Now we're going to look at Aristotle's cosmology, at more global questions about change in the cosmos. Why is there motion or change at all? Did it ever start? Will it ever end? Aristotle considers these kinds of questions in the final book of the Physics, Book 8. The first chapter opens by asking a very general question about change. Has motion ever come to be without having previously been? And does it perish in turn, in such a way that nothing is any longer in motion? Now, in order to understand these questions and Aristotle's answers, we need to get some vocabulary straight. Motion in this passage translates the Greek term kinesis, which is a very general term for change. So we have to keep in mind that it encompasses all kinds of change, not just locomotion, that is, movement from place to place. So Aristotle is asking here, has there ever been a time when there was no change going on in the universe, or will there ever be such a time? Anaxagoras, for example, proposed that there was a time before motion began in the cosmos, and Empedocles proposes that there are times when all motion in the cosmos ceases, and then later it starts up again. Aristotle thinks both these views are mistaken, indeed, incoherent. To explain why he thinks this, he appeals to the view that for every motion, there is both a mover and a thing moved. Now, it's important to make sure we understand these terms properly. As Aristotle uses these terms, the moved thing, tachinoumenon, is the subject of change, like the window that breaks when hit by a ball, or the water that comes to a boil when heated by a fire. The mover, tachinun, is the efficient cause of that change, the ball that breaks the window, the fire that heats the water. Now, in English, we talk about moving both in the case of the subject of change and in the case of the cause. As I walk around the room, we can say that I am moving around the room. In that case, I'm the subject of change. But I can also move furniture around the room, in which case my moving is the causing of change. So if you say in English, I'm moving, that's ambiguous between saying that I am in motion, as in taking a walk, or that I am causing motion, as when I move a chess piece on the board. But the verb Aristotle uses, and that we translate as move, has only the second sense. It means cause motion. That is, it's a transitive verb. So when Aristotle is talking about movers, He's always talking about the causes of change, not the subjects of change. And when he's talking about what is moved, he's talking about the subject of change, the window or the water in our examples. So to put all this vocabulary together, motion, kinesis, is change. The cause of change is the mover, and the subject of change is the moved. Now it's worth applying these concepts to some examples. When acid turns the litmus paper pink, the motion is the turning pink. The moved, the thing that turns pink, is the litmus paper. And the mover, the cause of that change, is the acid. Okay, one more example. This one from Aristotle. The teacher teaches the student. Here the motion or change is learning. The moved, the subject of change, is the student. She's the one who learns. And the mover is the teacher. Okay. Now after all this setup, we're in a position to understand the main argument Aristotle gives in Chapter 1 of Book 8 of the Physics against the proposal that there was ever a beginning to change in the cosmos. Remember, the issue isn't whether particular motions or changes begin and end. Clearly they do. The question is whether there was ever a time without any change, or will there ever be any such time in the future. The basic idea behind Aristotle's argument against a beginning for change is this. For every change, there is a mover and a moved. That is, a subject of that change and the cause of that change. So far, so good. But the mere existence of the mover and the moved don't suffice for a change. If the acid is sealed away in a flask and the litmus paper is in a box on the shelf, the litmus paper won't turn pink. If the student stays home from school, then she won't learn from the teacher. For change to happen, the mover and the moved have to be in the right conditions. In many cases, that means they have to be in proximity with each other. The acid and the litmus paper have to be in contact, and both the teacher and the student have to be in school. So here's Aristotle's argument. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that there is a first change in the universe, and before that, there was no change. So in the time before that first change started, the mover and moved of that first change couldn't have been together in the right conditions. Otherwise, the first change would have been happening then, rather than later. So in this time before the first change, either the mover and the moved didn't exist, or they existed, but they were not in the right conditions for the change. But now we have to ask, how did that first change get started? One of two things had to have happened. Either the mover and moved came into existence, now that's a change, or they moved into proximity or into the right conditions. That's a change. So then the first change, which we hypothesized for the sake of argument, can't be the first change after all. Let's apply this to an example. Suppose the first change in the universe is the litmus paper turning pink in the acid. If that's the first change, then in the time before it happened, the litmus paper was not in the acid. So then, in order for the litmus paper to turn pink, it first has to be moved into the acid. But then that change, the relocation of the litmus paper, not its turning pink, is the first change. But if we consider how this change, the relocation of the litmus paper, could have started, we get a similar problem. If it wasn't already moving towards the acid, which is itself a change, something had to have changed first in order for that relocation to start. So the moral is, no matter what you posit as the first change, you're going to have to posit a change that occurred prior to that. Here's how we can summarize the argument. Step 1. Suppose at time 1 there is no change in the cosmos, and at time 2 the first change in the cosmos occurs. 2. So, at time 2, the mover and moved exist and are in the right conditions for the first change in the cosmos. But at time 1, this is not the case. Step 3. So, something must have changed between time 1 and time 2. So there was a change before the first change in the cosmos. That's step 4. This style of argument is called a reductio ad absurdum, sometimes called a reductio for short. You disprove a hypothesis by showing that something absurd follows from it. In this case, Aristotle shows that if you assume that there was a first change in the universe, that's step 1 of the argument, then it follows that there was a change before the first change, which is incoherent. What do you think of this argument? How would you apply it to the hypothesis that the Big Bang is the first change in the universe? The first mover of the cosmos. At the beginning of chapter 6 of book 8 of the Physics, Aristotle claims, "Since motion must be everlasting and must never fail, there must be some everlasting first mover." In particular, he goes on, there must be something that is itself unmoved and outside of all change, but initiates motion in something else. Now, the view that motion must be everlasting and never fail is the thesis he defended in chapter 1, that there has always been change in the universe and that it will never stop. The thesis that there must be a first mover of this eternal change is something he's been building up to in the intervening chapters. And that this first mover must be unmoved, akineton, is one of the most famous and mysterious theses in Aristotle's philosophy. But before we can understand what that unmoved mover is, and why Aristotle thinks there has to be one, let's make sure we understand what he means by a first mover. Now, you might wonder how he can think there is a first mover of the cosmos if there is no first movement. Recall, he thinks that as far back as you go in time, there has always been movement or change. But when Aristotle invokes a first mover, what he means by first isn't prior in time, but rather prior in the causal or explanatory order. Now, we tend to think of causes as temporally prior to their effects, like the lightning strike that causes the forest fire. But the causes Aristotle is thinking of as movers typically exist simultaneously with the motions they bring about in the moved. Think about the acid turning the litmus paper pink, or the teacher teaching the student. The acid and the teacher are movers, that is, efficient causes of change, but they are still around while the change is taking place. Indeed, their presence is crucial. The same can be true when there is a nested series of movers in an extended causal chain. In the example Aristotle gives in chapter 5, we can see how the first mover in such an extended causal chain need not be temporally prior. Here's the example. A man moves a stone with a stick. What is moved is the stone. But what's the mover? What moves the stone? Well, in a way, the stick is what moves the stone, but in another way, the man is, since the stick is moved by the man. The man is the first mover of the series, in that we will credit or blame the man rather than the stick for the stone's motion. If I position that stone very carefully in my rock garden, and you come along and pry it up with a stick, you can't very well say, "Don't get angry at me, it was the stick that moved the stone." You moved the stick, and so you are the first cause, or the first mover in this causal sequence, even though your moving the stick is simultaneous, more or less, with the sticks moving the stone. Okay, so that's the sense in which Aristotle thinks there must be a first mover of all the change in the cosmos. It needn't be temporally first. Rather, it will be at the top of a nested causal chain, like the one in which the simultaneous movements of the man and the stick move the stone. Now here's the nested causal sequence Aristotle has in mind for the cosmos. We can start with the output end, down here on Earth, which Aristotle refers to as the sublunary region, that is, the area below the moon. What's distinctive of this region is that unlike the moon, sun, stars, and planets, which are all eternal, the substances here in the sublunary region come to be and pass away. Plants grow in the spring and die in the winter, but set seeds that will sprout again the next spring. Animals are born, live to maturity, reproduce, and then die, and their offspring will repeat this cycle over and over. Even earth, air, fire, and water undergo a cycle of reciprocal transformation. Air turning into water when it cools off, water into earth when it dries out, earth into fire when it heats up, and then fire back into air when it moistens. Aristotle describes all these cycles in a work called On Generation and Corruption, where he raises the question, what keeps these cycles going? His answer is that all these cycles depend on the yearly path of the sun around the earth along the plane known as the ecliptic, which is at an oblique angle to the equator. As Aristotle understands the sun's path, the sun draws nearer the earth during part of the cycle, the summer, and retreats from us during another part of the cycle, the winter. The resulting cycle of seasons on earth then sustains the yearly cycles of birth, death, and so on. But why does the sun move along this particular path? Aristotle, like the astronomer Eudoxus, takes the motions of celestial bodies to be the products of the motions of concentric spheres, each of them rotating with their own motion in different speeds and directions and around different axes, but with the outer spheres communicating their own motions to the inner spheres. So the path traveled by any particular celestial body, like the sun, will be the product of the motion of its own sphere, together with the motions of the outer spheres in which it is embedded. This is roughly the sort of picture of the cosmos we find in the Timaeus, although Aristotle thinks you need many more spheres than Plato invokes. So here is our nested series of movers of the cosmos. The cycle of coming to be and passing away in the sublunary realm is due to the motion of the sun in its sphere, while that sphere in turn is moved by another sphere in which it is embedded, and so on until we get to the outermost sphere, whose revolutions are ultimately moving the sphere of the sun. Thus, while we can say that both the sun sphere and the outermost sphere are movers of the cycle of coming to be and passing away, the outermost sphere is the prior mover, since it influences the sphere of the sun, rather than the other way around. So far, so good. We have seen that in invoking a first mover in the cosmos, Aristotle is not invoking a mover that got change started in the first place. Rather, he is seeking to explain what keeps those cycles of change ongoing. But have we identified the first mover of that cycle of change? From what we've considered so far, you might think the first mover is the outermost sphere, since that is what moves the inner spheres, and ultimately the sun, whose movements cause the cycles of coming to be and passing away that Aristotle is seeking to explain. But Aristotle, in fact, thinks there is something else that moves the outermost sphere. That's the unmoved mover of the cosmos. Now, why Aristotle thinks there has to be such an unmoved mover, and what he thinks plays that role, will be the subject of another lecture. The unmoved mover of the cosmos. In Book 8 of the Physics, when Aristotle asks why there is change in the cosmos, in particular, why there is a continuous cycle of coming to be and passing away in the sublunary world, he traces back the causal chain to the movement of the outermost celestial sphere. He calls this the first heaven in the metaphysics. That's the cosmological picture we were examining in the last lecture. The question we now take up is why Aristotle doesn't identify that outermost sphere, or first heaven, as the first mover of the cosmos. Recall that he has claimed that there must be some everlasting first mover of change in the cosmos. The outermost sphere cannot be the first mover, Aristotle thinks, because it is a moved mover. That is, if we ask how the outer sphere moves the other spheres, the answer is that it rotates around an axis and imparts this motion to the spheres nested inside it. So it is by being in movement, that is, moved, that the first heaven moves the other spheres. Aristotle, by contrast, has insisted that the first mover has to be unmoved. He says, there must be something that is itself unmoved and outside of all change, but initiates movement in something else. A moved mover cannot be the first mover because of another principle that Aristotle has insisted upon in his discussion of causal chains. He says, everything that is in motion is moved by something. Aristotle elsewhere denies that earth, air, fire, and water can be the first movers of natural changes because they are moved movers, or, as he puts it in the De Anima, co-causes. The same principle holds for the outermost sphere. If it causes change by being in motion, then there must be a further mover that moves it, and so it can't be the first mover. Of course, if that further mover is also in motion, then we have the same problem all over again. We won't have a first mover because the moved mover we've just invoked itself must have a further mover, and so forth. Anytime you cite a moved mover, there's another motion to be explained, and hence another mover to be invoked. In order to bring this sort of causal regress to an end, or rather, as Aristotle sees it, to a beginning, there has to be a mover that is not in motion. That is, an unmoved mover. Since this sort of mover does not cause change by means of a motion or change, then we have our ultimate explanation, or first mover. That is, a mover that is not moved by any further mover. So that's why Aristotle invokes an unmoved mover to explain the motion of the outermost sphere. But what on earth is an unmoved mover? A very common misconception is that it is an uncaused motion. But we are in a position to avoid this error by remembering what mover and moved mean in this Aristotelian context. In calling something a mover, we are using move in the transitive sense, as in moving furniture. A mover is a cause of motion, not a motion. In classifying a mover as unmoved, we are using moved as in the distinction between mover and moved. We are saying that the mover is not a subject of motion. That is, it is not in motion. An unmoved mover, then, is a mover, or efficient cause, that exerts its causality without being in motion. Let's consider how this works in the case of the man, who is the first mover of the stone. Now, you might wonder why Aristotle is entitled to call the man the first mover, since he moves the stone by moving his hand. Doesn't that make him a moved mover? Aristotle agrees that the hand is a moved mover, but he claims that the mover of the hand is still not something other than the man. The man, he explains, is moved, but not by the agency of something else. Although the man moves the stick by means of a motion, that motion is not due to some further mover, and so the causal regress stops with the man. He is the first mover of the stone. In fact, Aristotle goes on to explain, a self-mover, such as the man, and indeed any other living thing, is actually a compound of a moved mover and an unmoved mover. In the case of the man moving the stick, the moved mover is his hand, and the unmoved mover is his soul. This is the view of the soul Aristotle develops in the De Anima, in contrast to those of his predecessors who made the soul a moved mover. Plato, in fact, makes the soul a self-mover, but Aristotle argues that it is preferable to say that the living thing is moved by itself, with the soul as the unmoved mover. But the important point here is that for Aristotle, the unmoved mover of a living thing is its soul. Now let's get back to the unmoved mover of the cosmos. Is that a soul too? Like Plato's world soul in the Timaeus? Aristotle never says so in as many words, although what he does say about this cosmic unmoved mover invokes two activities that in the De Anima are attributed to the soul. In Book 12 of the Metaphysics, Aristotle claims that the unmoved mover of the cosmos moves, that is, causes motion, in the way the object of understanding or desire initiates motion. Let's think about each of these things, the object of desire and then the object of understanding. The object of desire is a final cause or a goal, Aristotle explains. How can it be an unmoved mover? Well, think about how your desire to win a race spurs you to put in extra hours of training. Winning the race is the object of your desire, and it moves you to run all those extra training miles. But winning the race is not moved, it's not something in motion in order to bring about this effect, for winning the race is something in the future, not there to be pushing and prodding you to run that extra mile. But how can the first heaven or outermost sphere have desires, you might ask? Is it a soul or an ensouled creature with the unmoved mover as its object of desire? That can't be the whole story, however, since Aristotle also tells us that the unmoved mover of the cosmos is the object of thought. He explains that at least in some cases, the object of thought and the object of desire are the same, since we desire what we think is good. As he puts it, what is fine is the primary object of wish, and we desire something because it seems fine. Now, Aristotle here appeals to a theme that he develops in the De Anima, that thinking is the highest of the activities of the soul, and that the knowing mind is identical with its object. This unity with the object of thought is what our own minds achieve in those brief moments when we truly understand things. Aristotle thinks this is when we grasp their forms. But this is an activity that the gods are capable of engaging in continuously and uninterruptedly. On Aristotle's theology, he says, God is always in the good state that we are in sometimes. Further, life belongs to the God, for the actuality of understanding is life, and the God is that actuality. We say then that the God is the best and everlasting living being, so that continuous and everlasting life and duration belong to God, for that is what God is. And he concludes by saying that this divine intellect understands what is most divine and most valuable, and it does not change, metabole. For change would be to something worse, and it would thereby also be a motion, a kinesis. So thus, this divine intellect is the unmoved mover of the cosmos. The goal of life. Now we turn to Aristotle's ethical philosophy, which has come down to us in two different treatises, known as the Eudemian Ethics and the Nicomachean Ethics. Our focus will be on the Nicomachean Ethics, which is likely the later of the two works. It is standardly referred to by the abbreviation of its Latin title, EN, for Ethica Nicomachia. Now, the basic question addressed by ethics in the ancient tradition is a very broad one. How should we live? That is, how should we conduct our lives? We've seen that this is how Socrates formulates what he calls the most important question in his address to the jurors in the Apology, and in his arguments with Thrasymachus in the Republic. There, the question is, what is the life of the unjust person like, and how does it compare to the life of the just person? Which is the better life to live? Aristotle thinks that the way to address this basic ethical question is by asking a more precise question. What is the goal of life? For at least 1,000 years after Aristotle, this became the central question of ethics, known as the telos question, since telos is the Greek for goal. Different ethical schools were distinguished by the answers they gave to the telos question, and we will soon consider Aristotle's own answer. But before we can appreciate his answer to the telos question, we need to make sure we understand the question. Now, by the goal of life, he means some end, some telos, of everything that is pursued in action. Sometimes he calls this the highest good, or the human good. We shouldn't be surprised that he alternates between calling it the end and the good, since in the physics, where he identifies the final cause as one of the four causes, he calls it the end and the good. In the physics, we saw that Aristotle insists on the controversial thesis that there are goals or ends in nature. But here in the ethics, we are on less disputed terrain for the final cause, for it is uncontroversial that human beings engage in goal-directed behavior. Indeed, this is a pervasive feature of human activity, as Aristotle remarks in the opening lines of the Nicomachean Ethics. Every craft, he says, and every investigation, and likewise every action and decision, seems to aim at some good. That good is the point or the goal of that activity. For example, I boil water every morning. Why? In order to make coffee. The coffee is my goal. I go for a walk in the afternoon. Why? In order to be healthy. Here you are watching a lecture on Aristotle. Why? Because you want to learn about ancient philosophy, or because you want to get your degree. Maybe for both reasons. Can you think of anything that you don't do for a reason? Perhaps biting your nails or squinting in the sun or other automatic responses. But these fall below or on the borderline of agency. They're more like digestion and respiration than things we do. But when we are acting or doing, not merely idling, just about everything we do has a point or a goal. Or so Aristotle claims. Now you might think that playing music or playing a sport or spending time with friends are things you don't do for any particular reason. You just enjoy doing them. Well, that's a reason too. Pleasure or enjoyment is a very familiar goal of action. But more to the point, Aristotle would claim that even apart from any pleasure you may get from performing music or playing a sport, these are instances where the activity itself, the playing, is a goal. So let's take playing the piano. It's actually a complex set of bodily motions and perceptual responses. What's the point of sitting on the piano bench and moving your fingers all over the place? I'm playing a sonata. What's the point of chasing that ball all over the field? I'm playing soccer. These are cases where, as Aristotle points out, the goal we pursue is not a product distinct from the activity, unlike the coffee I brew or the boat that the shipbuilder makes. When you sit at the piano to play a nocturne by Chopin, performing the nocturne is your goal. The performance is not the product of your activity, something distinct from it, but it is the point to what you're doing sitting there at the piano. If you are an avid cyclist, then going for a long ride on the weekend will be another example of an activity that is a goal. But if going for a ride or performing music are goals, according to Aristotle, what are they the goals of? Well, going for a ride involves pedaling, shifting gears, signaling, looking at a map, watching the road, and so forth. The point of all this activity is cycling. Similarly, playing soccer involves running, turning, kicking, blocking, and guarding. And the point to all this is playing soccer. Playing a Chopin nocturne involves all the different things the right hand and the left hand are doing on the keyboard, as well as what the foot is doing at various times on the pedals. All of these activities are coordinated and unified by their point, which is playing the nocturne. Indeed, sometimes the easiest way to explain what you are doing in a complex situation is to cite the goal or the point. What are you doing? I'm doing Tai Chi, or I'm orienteering, or I'm keeping kosher. Now, Aristotle thinks, what are you doing, is a question that can be asked about your life as a whole. There are all kinds of things that you're doing in your life, maybe performing music, playing a sport, raising a family, growing a garden, having a career, participating in the life of your community, spending time with friends. But what is the point to all this? What is it all about? This is roughly the sort of question Aristotle is asking when he asks whether there is some end, some telos of everything that we pursue in action. What are you doing with your life? Now, what is it like to have a single end that is the goal of every action you perform? Are we supposed to choose between the various ends we pursue, like music, sports, and family, and make one of those goals the one towards which we direct all our energies and attention? That doesn't sound like an obvious improvement. Suppose I want to be a musician and a parent and a good friend, as well as hike every segment of the Appalachian Trail. Doesn't the pursuit of a plurality of goals make for a richer life, better than the narrowly focused pursuit of a single goal? This kind of worry is misplaced, however, since Aristotle allows that you can have a plurality of goals, like the ones I just mentioned, and still have a unique further goal that answers the question, what are you doing with your life? He can allow this plurality because, as he is quick to point out, goals exist in nested hierarchies. The example he gives in Chapter 1 of the Nicomachean Ethics is the bridle maker, whose goal is a product, bridles, but these have a further goal. They are for horseback riding. And the point of horseback riding is to carry out the orders of the generals. Aristotle clearly has the cavalry in mind. The generals wage war, but the point of this is to serve the needs of the city. So there's a nested series of goals that are pursued in a state. Here's an example of a nested series in the life of an individual person. Consider my morning coffee ritual. A fresh cup of café au lait is the goal of my morning routine of boiling, grinding, and brewing, but that cup of coffee isn't the final goal of the process. I make the coffee in order to drink it. And why do I drink it? Well, for pleasure, that's one reason, but also to help me wake up and do a better job of the other things I do during the day, like delivering this lecture, which I do in order to teach this course, which I do because I'm a professor of philosophy, a vocation I chose because I think it's really interesting and rewarding. So there's a whole series of goals, each one serving a further goal. So as far as Aristotle's concerned, there's no problem with having lots of different goals in your life, as long as each of them has a place in a nested hierarchy of goals that converges in a single goal at the top. That way, the various pursuits you follow in your life will be structured like a well-governed city, or at least a well-governed city as Plato and Aristotle conceive of it. Aristotle describes such a political structure in chapters 1 and 2 of the Nicomachean Ethics. Bridle making and other equipment making for riding have goals that serve the cavalry, while the cavalry, along with the infantry and the navy no doubt, are subordinate to the generals, and the generals in turn are subordinate to the political authorities, along with those responsible for oversight of the economy. And under the economy will be a nested hierarchy of other pursuits, for example, agriculture, manufacture, and trade, with different enterprises subordinate to these as well. For example, shipbuilding, road construction, waterworks. You get the idea. Aristotle thinks that an individual life structured in the pursuit of a single ultimate goal has the same kind of structure as this city. There's lots of complexity and variety, many things going on, but with everything converging on a single point at the top, the final or ultimate goal. So we may suppose that playing music, raising a family, and having a career have a place fairly high up in this hierarchy, since they provide the point to lots of different things that one might do. But they will be at least one level below the ultimate good, the goal of life. Now, this is not to say that we should value our music or our family or our career only instrumentally, simply as means to that final goal. There are plenty of things that we value both for their own sakes and for some other reason. Think about health, which is valuable in its own right, but also quite useful for enabling us to do other important things. Or think about walking, which I love to do, but I also do because of its health benefits. Aristotle makes a point of saying that we can value something for its own sake and also for the sake of a final goal. So let's take stock. Aristotle thinks it's okay to have lots of different pursuits in our lives and to value them for their own sakes, as long as we also have a single higher goal to which these pursuits are subordinate. Now, we needn't suppose that this final goal is some product that results from our other pursuits, like money in the bank or a legacy for posterity. Rather, like cycling, like playing music, or being a friend, Aristotle thinks this final goal is an activity, something you engage in by pursuing these subordinate goals. It is what you are doing in pursuing those goals. It is what you are doing with your life. So now we can turn to the answer to Aristotle's question. What are you doing with your life? Or, more precisely, what should you be doing? Living well. Now that we understand what Aristotle means when he asks, "What is the goal of life?" we can turn to consider his answer to this question. An easy but not very informative answer to the question, he says, is to say that our ultimate goal in life is to do well, or to live well. Everyone agrees that this is our goal in life, Aristotle says at the opening of chapter 4 of Book 1 of the Ethics. But the hard question, about which there is plenty of disagreement, he says, asks what counts as living well or doing well. But before we turn to consider the disagreement, let's ask how living well or doing well could function as the ultimate goal of everything you do in life. Think about all the things you pursue for their own sakes: music, sports, friendship, family, career, and so on. When Aristotle asks what you are doing in pursuing all these different goals, he's like a stranger who has never seen a soccer game asking, "What are you doing running around and kicking that ball all over the field? Why don't you just pick it up and take it where you want it to go?" When you answer the stranger's question, "I'm playing soccer, and it's against the rules for anyone but the goaltender to touch the ball with their hands," you are pointing to a practice with its own rules and standards, standards that constrain the way you are running around and dealing with the ball. Playing soccer isn't just a name for all the things you happen to be doing on the field, but something that governs or guides what you do. That's what a goal does. Okay, so can we suppose that standards for living well or for doing well play the same kind of guiding or governing role in our lives as we pursue other goals like friends, family, and the like? Think about it this way. There are ways you could promote your musical goals that I bet you wouldn't take. You could play your grand piano during the middle of the night in your apartment in a densely populated building. But you wouldn't do that, I bet. But why not? Especially if you're a night owl or an insomniac and you have a big performance coming up and could use the practice. You wouldn't because it would be inconsiderate to the other tenants in the building. On a more serious front, there are things you could do to advance your friends' or your family's interests, but that you think are wrong, unethical, or immoral. You could use your access or influence to sabotage the other applicants for the job or internship for which your own child has applied. But you don't, because that would be wrong. You could steal the data of a rival researcher to ruin her chances of being offered a position that you want for yourself. But again, you don't do it. Why not? Getting the job would be a great career move for you, and you care a lot about your career. Once again, you don't because you think it's wrong. What you're doing here is appealing to a set of standards for conduct, for action, that are not standards for how best to help your friends or further your career, but rather a set of standards that apply to any action you might take in pursuit of any of your goals. These standards are for what Aristotle will call living well in general. It just doesn't fit with the standards you have for leading a good life that you inconvenience your neighbors, or cheat, or steal to help yourself or your friends. So living by such a set of standards thus plays pretty much the same guiding role in your life as the rules of soccer play in guiding the conduct of a particular soccer match. So even without knowing what the standards for living a good life are, we can see how they can function as the goal of your life. They are what guide you as you make choices in pursuit of all the subordinate goals you have. And you wouldn't want to promote any of those other goals if it meant not living up to those standards. Now, of course, there is plenty of disagreement about the standards for leading a good life. For example, Socrates insists in the Apology that one's ultimate guide in life should be the standards of justice. He says a person should look to this alone whenever he does anything, whether his actions are just or unjust. Thrasymachus, by contrast, thinks that the standards of justice are only for weaklings. He advocates the values of dominance and exploitation. That's his conception of what living well consists in. Now, before we turn to Aristotle's own views about what living well consists in, we have to take up a terminological matter so that we avoid a common misunderstanding of Aristotle and of the ancient ethical tradition quite generally. That is, we have to talk about happiness. Now, happiness is a word in English that is commonly used to translate the Greek term eudaimonia. When Aristotle says that everyone agrees that living well and doing well are the goal of life, he indicates that this is what the term eudaimonia means. Thus, the easy but uninformative answer to the telos question, on which everyone agrees, is, as he puts it, that eudaimonia is the final good. Here's what he says. As far as its name goes, most people virtually agree on what the goal of life is, since both the many and the cultivated call it happiness, eudaimonia, and suppose that living well and doing well are the same as being happy. But they disagree about what happiness is. Now, the translation of eudaimonia by happiness is imperfect, since in English, happiness does not typically mean doing well or living well. Some prefer the translation flourishing, which does mean doing well, but that has a fairly biological flavor to it. Think of the plant that's flourishing on your windowsill if you're taking good care of it. So flourishing, I think, is too narrow to capture all that might fall under living well. It's hard to think of Socrates saying that he wouldn't be flourishing if he committed an act of injustice. But the problem with happiness, the main problem, is that happiness in English typically does mean something that eudaimonia absolutely does not mean. Happiness, as we tend to think of it, is a state of mind, a feeling of satisfaction or contentment, which we contrast with sadness, depression, or disappointment. But eudaimonia is not the name for a state of mind or a feeling. There are those in antiquity who think that eudaimonia consists in pleasure, in a feeling of equilibrium or contentment, and we'll examine their views when we come to the Epicureans. But this is a substantive and controversial philosophical thesis about what living well, what eudaimonia, amounts to. It's not a dictionary definition of eudaimonia. Even those who reject the thesis that pleasure is the goal of life still accept the thesis that eudaimonia, happiness, is the goal of life. But that's because eudaimonia simply means living well and does not imply anything about the correct standards for living well. Indeed, some later philosophers will go on to claim that a person can be happy, that is, eudaimon, even while suffering excruciating torture. They aren't claiming that it can be pleasant to suffer torture, but rather that one can live a good life even in these conditions. Now that position, which the Stoics will defend later, is itself highly controversial. But that's because it is a substantive thesis about what eudaimonia, or living well, consists in. And it's one that Aristotle will reject. Okay, with those preliminaries out of the way, we can now turn to see how Aristotle thinks there are standards for living well. That is, for eudaimonia. Pleasure and the human function. Let's take stock of where we are in our study of Aristotle's ethics. The central question of ethics, in Aristotle's view, is what is the goal of life? A preliminary, uncontroversial, but not very informative answer, he tells us, is that the goal of life is to live well or do well. And finally, living well or doing well is living up to the standards for a good life. But what are the standards for leading a good life? This is the question that people disagree about, Aristotle tells us. He gives us his own answer to the question in chapter 7 of Book 1 of the Nicomachean Ethics. But before that, he criticizes the answers given by others. In order to appreciate the reasons Aristotle gives for his own answer, it will be helpful first to consider his criticism of one of the answers that he thinks is wrong. In chapter 5, he surveys and discusses a number of different proposals about what eudaimonia, or living well, consists in. I want to draw your attention to what he has to say against those who propose that happiness, that is, living well, is simply living pleasantly. In other words, this is the thesis that pleasure is the goal of life. Aristotle's criticism of this proposal is short and sweet. A life organized around the pursuit of pleasure befits an animal, not a human being. He here betrays an assumption that will be very important in developing his own position, that the standards for living well will be the standards for living a good human life. Now, in rejecting pleasure as the goal of life, Aristotle isn't saying that we shouldn't pursue pleasure. He thinks, like most people, that pleasure is a good thing, and that anyone suffering extensive and interminable pain is not living well. Pleasure is part of a good life in his view, but our pursuit of it has to be regulated by some further end, by our adherence to a set of standards that regulate which pleasures we will pursue and which we will forego, in roughly the way that the rules of soccer regulate who gets to touch the ball with their hands and what counts as out of bounds. It's part of our animal nature to pursue pleasure, and it is part of our doing well as animals that our lives be pleasant rather than painful. But we are not just animals, Aristotle insists, and one of the features of the distinctively human pursuit of pleasure is that we forego pleasures that we think are beneath us or forbidden to us, and we endure pain sometimes, rather than violate the standards of conduct we live by. Think of the prisoner bearing up under torture and refusing to tell the secret. So what are the standards that a human being is supposed to live by? That's the question Aristotle thinks we can answer by appealing to what he calls the function, the ergon, of a human being. This is the argument he gives in the second half of chapter 7. Now, it's important not to be misled or distracted by Aristotle's assumption that human beings have a function. He does not mean that they have a creator who made them for a particular purpose. Rather, by the function of a thing, of anything, He means the activity that is distinctive and characteristic of it. The function of a dancer is to dance. The function of a carpenter is to build. The function of a teacher is to teach, and so on. Now, the same person can have many different functions. If Ariadne is a human being and a dancer and a teacher, then there won't be a straightforward answer to the question, what is Ariadne's function? Insofar as she is a dancer, her function is to dance. Insofar as she is a teacher, her function is to teach. Insofar as she is a human being, her function is to, well, what is it that human beings do insofar as they are human beings? The possible answers Aristotle considers are all activities of the soul that he's discussed in the De Anima. He's assuming that the characteristic activity of a human being will be an activity of the soul. Well, human beings live, they grow and reproduce, but so do plants. So that can't be the distinctively human activity. Human beings also have sense perception and move about, but so do other animals. So the remaining possibility, Aristotle concludes, is that using reason is the distinctively human activity. When we are doing what humans do, insofar as they are human, we use our powers of thought and reason. With this understanding of a human function in hand, Aristotle now thinks he can give a more informative specification of what living well consists in. This is the stretch of reasoning known as the function argument. Here's the basic strategy of the argument. The guiding assumption is that living well, or doing well for a human being, will consist in doing well what human beings do insofar as they are human. We've just seen that this is to exercise reason. So, doing well for a human being will be a matter of using reason well, just as doing well for a dancer will be dancing well and doing well for a teacher will be teaching well. Now, to exercise reason well is to exercise virtue or excellence of reason. So doing well for a human being will be to exercise distinctively human excellence, that is, the virtue of reason. We can summarize the argument as follows. 1. Living well for a human being consists in doing well what human beings do insofar as they are human. Step 2. What human beings do insofar as they are human is to use reason. 3. To use reason well is to exercise virtue or excellence of reason. 4. So, living well for a human being is to exercise virtue of reason. Or, as our translation puts it, the human good turns out to be the soul's activity that expresses virtue, where we have to understand virtue of reason. Now, in drawing the connection here between living well, or happiness on the one hand, and virtue, or excellence, on the other hand, Aristotle isn't saying anything very startling or novel. Recall Meno and even Thrasymachus, who don't need an argument to convince them to pursue virtue, which they take to be greatness in life. But Aristotle's conception of what human virtue consists in is, if not entirely novel, still very different from the ideal that Meno and Thrasymachus endorse. Recall that Meno and Thrasymachus take virtue to consist in the ability to rule or dominate other people. Aristotle, by contrast, takes the domain of virtue to be the exercise of reason. It is not by exercising power and dominance that one achieves greatness as a human being, Aristotle implies, but by cultivating and perfecting one's powers of reasoning. Thus, Aristotle is firmly on the side of Socrates, who contends in the Apology that the most important thing in life, to which one should direct one's utmost attention, is to care for the state of one's soul. That virtue is a state of a person's soul is the signal contribution that Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle make to the contemporary debate about virtue. Virtue of character. We've now seen Aristotle's own view about what makes for a successful human life. Those who have achieved the goal of life and are living well will have cultivated the excellence of their rational faculties and will conduct their lives by exercising that excellence. Now, you might object to this conception of living a good human life on the grounds that it is too narrow. Certainly, human beings are reason-using creatures, and so the exercise of reason must be part of our good. But aren't we also emotional creatures? Has Aristotle overlooked or undervalued this important feature of human life? Well, it turns out that he hasn't. If we pay attention to the two different ways in which he says we can exercise reason, and the two different types of rational excellence or virtue that correspond to these, we will see that emotions and feelings are very much a part of the good life as he understands it. Now, both in the function argument in chapter 7 of book 1 and in the last chapter of that book, chapter 13, Aristotle indicates that there are two different kinds of activity that we can classify as using reason. One of these is fairly straightforward. Reasoning is figuring things out. The other way we can be using reason is by following reason. So, is there any part of the soul that is capable of following reason, even if it does not engage in reasoning itself? Now, the part of the soul we share with plants, the nutritive soul, which governs growth, nutrition, and respiration, is completely oblivious to reason and incapable of following it. If you decide it would be better to grow longer legs, there's no way this is going to have any effect on the way your legs grow. But the part of the soul we share with animals is susceptible to reason's influence. If you think it would be a good idea to go to the library and study, then, unless you have a problem with self-control, you're going to go to the library. What Aristotle calls the part with appetites and in general desires will obey reason and carry you off to the library. Of course, if you lack self-control and someone invites you to a party that same night, your appetites and desires might disregard your considered judgment that you should go to the library and study for the exam. They may take you off to the party instead. The moral of the story here is that the action-generating part of the soul, which we share with animals and which moves us to act, is capable both of following reason's orders and of disobeying them. But if it has been trained to follow reason's dictates and priorities, a process that Aristotle calls habituation, then we can say that this animal part of the soul too has an excellence or goodness that we can count as rational. It is good at following reason. Now, Aristotle thinks that this animal aspect of the soul is not simply what sets us in motion to do things. It is also the seat of emotions and feelings. That is, it encompasses what Plato assigns to both the appetitive and the spirited parts of the soul. There's not only what you do, for example, whether you follow your better judgment and stay home from the party and study. There is also how you feel about it. Are you resentful, distressed, and unhappy about missing the party, even though you dutifully spend the evening in the library? If so, then part of your animal soul is following reason. It takes you to the library. But another part is resisting reason. It is upset about not going to the party. In such a case, the non-rational soul is following reason to some extent, but not as fully as it is possible. Now, someone whose soul has achieved the total harmony between the rational and the non-rational parts that in the Republic is identified as justice, will be following reason as perfectly as possible. This is the person who has achieved the excellence that Aristotle calls virtue of character. This virtue is the excellence of the part of the soul that does not, strictly speaking, engage in reasoning, but can be trained to accord perfectly with reason's judgment about what is best. In that case, it too will embody a kind of perfection or excellence of reason. That is, a virtue that is characteristically human. Aristotle spends a big part of the Ethics, books 2 to 5 of the Nicomachean Ethics, discussing the various virtues of character and how they are to be cultivated. For each virtue, he identifies a range of activity or emotion that is its domain. For example, courage is the virtue concerning feelings of fear and confidence, and temperance is the virtue concerning appetites for bodily pleasures, while generosity has to do with giving and receiving money. The person with virtue of character will have a cultivated disposition to feel emotions and desires and to perform actions that are appropriate to a given situation. Courageous people stand their ground when this is appropriate, and they're not afraid at the wrong times. Generous people give financial support to worthy recipients, wholeheartedly and with pleasure, and for the right reasons. And temperate people will pass up the opportunity for excessive indulgence without the slightest regret or resentment. Indeed, they will be pleased about doing the right thing. These examples make it clear that for Aristotle, people who have and exercise the virtues of character will lead rich, varied, and appropriate emotional lives. So Aristotle hasn't overlooked this important and valuable aspect of human life. And we can also note from his detailed portraits of the various virtues of character that virtuous people, as he understands them, adhere to a set of standards for appropriate behavior. They won't accept ill-gotten gains or save their own skins when the honorable thing to do is stand their ground and defend their compatriots. While they value pleasure, companionship, health, and financial security, they won't pursue these ends in circumstances in which doing so would fall below the standards of conduct for a human being. That is, they regulate their pursuit of the various good things in life in light of a set of standards for living well. Living up to those standards is their goal in life. Divine virtue. In the final book of the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle contrasts what he calls the political life, which is his name for the life regulated by the virtues of character, with what he calls the life of theoria. Sometimes this gets called the theoretical life. In our translation, it is called the life of study. But study is a somewhat misleading translation, since what Aristotle has in mind is not what you do in the library when you're getting ready for an exam or learning a list of irregular verbs. Rather, theoria is the active condition of knowing that you achieve as a result of your efforts in the library, when you really get something and are grasping it in its entirety. An alternative translation of theoria is contemplation, but that's too passive and has unfortunate connotations of navel-gazing. Theoria is a kind of activity for Aristotle, one in which the mind is at its fullest and most complete level of actuality. There's no passivity involved. The term theoria comes from the verb to look at or to gaze at, and Plato uses it to describe the philosopher's grasp of the forms. Now, Aristotle does not believe in Platonic forms, but he does think that knowledge involves grasping the form of the object known. And theoria, in his view, is the activity of knowledge. Now, we can know in two different senses, he explains. There's the knowledge you have but are not actually employing, as when you know calculus, but are thinking about what to have for dinner. You have knowledge of calculus in a way, but you're not using it right then. Contrast this with the state in which you are using your knowledge of calculus and are actually solving a differential equation. The latter case is knowledge fully actualized. This is roughly the sort of thing Aristotle has in mind by theoria. Theoria is the activity of the other kind of rational excellence that Aristotle identifies in the opening books of the Nicomachean Ethics. Recall his claim that the virtues of character are excellences of reason in the sense that if we are courageous, temperate, generous, just, and so on, we are following reason in all of our actions and feelings. The virtues of intellect, by contrast, sometimes called theoretical virtue, from their connection to theoria, are excellences of the core operation of reason, which is to figure things out and know the answers. Aristotle devotes Book 6 of the Ethics to the intellectual virtues, of which there are several varieties, but the differences between them need not concern us now. The important point is that when this core operation of reason is functioning well and has achieved its goal, the result is knowledge. Now, some of that knowledge concerns practical matters, what to do. This practical knowledge, Aristotle calls it phronesis, is what the feelings and actions follow in the person who has virtue of character. But when knowledge concerns eternal, unchanging truths, Aristotle calls it scientific knowledge, or episteme. Theoria is the activity of this purest kind of rational excellence. Indeed, he claims, it is the activity of the gods, whose whole life consists in uninterrupted theoria, the active and perpetual grasping of the objects of thought, the condition in which the knowing mind is identical with its object. That's what he says in the De Anima. And which somehow functions as the unmoved mover of the cosmos, as he tells us in the Book 12 of the Metaphysics. Later Platonists will identify this divine intellect with the demiurge of the Timaeus. But for our purposes, the important point is that Aristotle's conception of God is wholly intellectual. God is the activity of intellect. He makes a special point of claiming that the gods don't have the virtues of character. This is not to say that they are vicious, but rather that their lives involve no actions or feelings. He says, "We traditionally suppose that the gods are blessed and happy, that is, they lead the best sort of life. But what sort of actions ought we to ascribe to them? Just actions? Surely they will appear ridiculous, making contracts, returning deposits, and so on. Brave actions? Do they endure frightening and dangerous things because it is fine? Generous actions? Whom will they give to? And surely it will be absurd for them to have currency or anything like that. Surely it is vulgar praise to say that they do not have base appetites. When we go through them all, anything that concerns actions appears trivial and unworthy of the gods." Recall that Aristotle's project in the Nicomachean Ethics is to identify the goal of life, which he has explained will be to perform well the activity that is characteristic or distinctive of us as human beings. He identifies this characteristic activity as reason on the grounds that the other life activities, nutrition, growth, sensation, locomotion, and so forth, are shared with animals and plants. But now, it looks like the activity of theoretical reason is not distinctive of human beings either. For it, he tells us quite emphatically, is shared with the gods. The variety of reason that turns out to be distinctively human is practical reason, the reason whose perfection is expressed in the political life, the life of the virtues of character. One might think then that Aristotle's conclusion is that the goal of life for a human being is to practice virtue of character. But this is not what he says when he returns to the topic of eudaimonia, of living well, at the end of the Nicomachean Ethics. He there seems to be attracted to a slightly different principle for identifying the goal of life. It is not the activity that is distinctive of us, but rather what is best in us. And this is the activity of theoria, which human beings share with the gods. Of course, he says, the gods do it much better than we do. They engage in theoria their whole lives long, while we are capable of it only for short periods, if at all, while most of the time we have to get on with the business of human life, taking care of our bodily needs and cooperating with others in the shared life of a political community. Thus, Aristotle concludes, insofar as we are human beings, our goal is to exercise the virtues of character, to live the political life. But, he says, this is still a second-best life. The life of theoria is the best life, and to the extent that we are capable of engaging in it, we should do so. He uses a wonderful word to express this thought, athanatidzein, to be like the immortals. He says, we ought not to follow the proverb writers and think human since you are human, or think mortal since you are mortal. Rather, as far as we can, we ought to be like the immortals, athanatidzein, and go to all lengths to live a life that expresses our supreme element. For however much this element may lack in bulk, by much more it surpasses everything in power and value. Now, Aristotle never addresses the question of how we are to coordinate these two very different human endeavors in our lives. The pursuit of the distinctively human excellence expressed in justice, generosity, courage, and all the other virtues of character on the one hand, and the pursuit of divine wisdom on the other. Particularly worrisome is his injunction in the passage we just considered to go to all lengths to live the divine life of the mind. Does this mean that it is okay to cut ethical corners to secure the resources for living the life of the mind? Aristotle hardly thinks so. He clearly envisages the best human life as exercising both virtue of character and virtue of intellect, although with priority to go to the activity of the latter. So in his view, our ultimate aim in life is to live like the immortals, but somehow we have to manage to do this while also living up to the standards that apply to us as human beings. We now turn to post-Aristotelian philosophy, which is sometimes called Hellenistic philosophy. Now, the term Hellenistic is used by historians to demarcate the period that goes from the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE to the fall of the Roman Republic. This is a period in which Greek language, culture, and institutions are disseminated widely through the Mediterranean and the Near Eastern world, from Greece to modern-day Afghanistan, as a result of the military conquests of Alexander the Great. Alexander's empire is said to have Hellenized the lands he conquered. That is, it made them Greek. Hellene is the Greek word for Greek, and Hellenidzein, to Hellenize, is to make Greek. 3 Greek-speaking empires succeeded Alexander, including that of the Ptolemies in Egypt, where the great city of Alexandria was founded, and became a center for scientific study and learning that rivaled Athens. Greek-speaking intellectuals from all over the world flocked to Alexandria, whose library was reputed to contain a copy of every book in the world. Athens, however, still remained the center for philosophical learning, and it attracted its own influx of intellectual immigrants. We're going to study the two major schools of philosophy that emerged in Athens in this period: Epicureanism and Stoicism. The founders of these schools arrived in Athens only after the death of Aristotle, which happened to be in the same year as the death of Alexander. Thus, in the Hellenistic period of philosophy, the direct chain of intellectual descent from Socrates to his pupil Plato, and from Plato to his student Aristotle, is broken. Epicurus arrived in Athens 17 years after the death of Aristotle and founded a school known as the Garden. Zeno of Citium arrived about 6 years earlier and developed a following among those who met and held discussions in a painted colonnade known as the Stoa Poikile. They became known as the Stoa, or Stoics. For the next several centuries in Athens, there were lively debates between Stoics, Epicureans, and the heirs of Plato in the Academy, as well as the followers of Aristotle, who came to be known as Peripatetics. Stoicism and Epicureanism remained influential philosophical schools even past the point where historians mark the end of the Hellenistic period, which is the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE that marks the beginning of the Roman Empire. There were many Roman Stoics and Epicureans in the imperial period too, including the poet Lucretius, an Epicurean, and the dramatist and essayist Seneca, a Stoic, although they were writing several centuries after the beginnings of the schools to which they owed their intellectual allegiance. And the schools remained an active presence in Athens as well during this period. According to the Acts of the Apostles, the Christian evangelist Paul of Tarsus debates with Epicureans and Stoics on the Areopagus in Athens early in the mid-1st century. Unfortunately, the study of Hellenistic philosophy faces some of the same problems we face in the case of pre-Socratic philosophy. Very little of what the original Greek Stoics and Epicureans wrote has survived, and we have to rely on later reports and paraphrases, often from polemical sources. We're going to begin our study of Hellenistic philosophy with Epicurus, who reportedly wrote hundreds of volumes, including 41 major treatises. But all of this is lost to us today, except for a few items. Diogenes Laertius, a biographer of the 3rd century CE, who wrote a life of Epicurus, includes in it 3 letters from Epicurus to Epicurean communities, and a collection of maxims known as the Principal Doctrines. Another collection of maxims, known as the Vatican Sayings, were preserved in a 14th century manuscript in the Vatican Library, which was rediscovered only in the 19th century. And in recent decades, we have recovered fragments of Epicurus's massive 37-volume work on nature from the charred remains of papyrus rolls in a private library in Herculaneum that were buried in volcanic ash during the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE. Later Epicureans include the Roman poet Lucretius in the 1st century BCE, who wrote a massive poem on the nature of things, in which he sets out a version of Epicurean philosophy. Another important Roman source for Epicureanism is Lucretius's rough contemporary, Cicero, a statesman and orator who was well versed in the philosophy of his day and wrote dialogues setting forth the positions of the rival philosophical schools of his day. For example, Book 1 of his work, On Ends, presents the Epicurean ethical philosophy, and Book 1 of On the Nature of the Gods sets forth Epicurean theology. While there is no completely standard convention for referring to the texts and testimony for Hellenistic philosophy, you will often find references to the excellent source book collected and translated by Long and Sedley, which is called The Hellenistic Philosophers, and was published by Cambridge University Press in 1987. Thus, if you see a citation that reads LS23A, that refers to text A in chapter 23 of Long and Sedley. In this case, a quote from Lucretius. By and large, I will be citing Epicurus's works by their abbreviated titles. For example, the letter of Menoikeus will be abbreviated Men, and so on for the other letters. And the principal doctrines I'll be citing by the acronym for its Greek title, Kuriai Doxai. So, the fourth of the principal doctrines is KD4, just as the fourth item in the Vatican sayings is VS4. Now, it will also be convenient to refer to Cicero's On the Nature of the Gods by the acronym for its Latin title, ND, for De Natura Deorum. Now, before we dig into those Epicurean doctrines, a few notes about his school in Athens, which was known as the Garden. Unlike other Athenian philosophical schools of the day, whose members hung out in public places like the painted Stoa, the Epicureans were reclusive. They saw themselves as a community of friends living together according to common principles. They thought of philosophy as a therapeutic discipline, something that would banish the distress that plagues human life. Epicurean practice emphasized memorization and repetition of key doctrines in condensed form. That's why we have so many maxims in our surviving texts. Epicurus seems to have founded more than one community like the Garden, and his letters to such communities are in many ways like the letters from the Apostle Paul to far-flung Christian communities centuries later. That is, they contain reminders and summaries of core doctrines, with the injunction to rehearse and memorize them. So Epicurean philosophy is not just a body of doctrine, but a way of life. It has much in common with what we think of today as religious practice, although we have to keep in mind that its practitioners took it to be based entirely on reason. For Epicurus and his followers, the study of nature is the core of philosophy. In this respect, he distances himself even further from the Platonic picture than Aristotle did. Recall that according to Plato, what is truly real is purely intelligible form, while the natural world is made in its image. Aristotle dissents from this view, insisting that objects in the natural world are primary substances. Still, when he invokes the unmoved mover of the cosmos, he has in mind an immaterial entity, a god or gods, whose purely intellectual activity is, somehow or other, the ultimate principle of the natural world. For Epicurus, however, even the gods are fully within the natural world. As a follower of the pre-Socratic atomist, Democritus, Epicurus takes the ultimate constituents of the natural world to be atoms and the void. Atoms are microscopic bodies of various shapes and sizes that are indivisible. That's what atom means in Greek. They move around in the void, bumping into each other and rebounding off each other and snagging onto each other to form complex bodies. The complex processes we observe and experience in the natural world are ultimately to be understood as atoms moving in the void. For example, vision involves streams of atoms emanating from visible objects and reaching our eyes, where they interact with the very fine-grained atoms that constitute our souls. The motions of these soul atoms, spread throughout the interior of our bodies, account for all the life activities. This is more or less the picture that Democritus held, and for which Aristotle made fun of him. In Epicurus's view, all the phenomena in what Aristotle calls the sublunary world can be accounted for by atomic motions. He doesn't see the need to invoke an immaterial, unmoved mover in order to explain why there is change and why it is continuous. He thinks atoms and their natural motions are all we need to invoke. Atoms have always existed and will never perish, and they are always in motion. There is, however, a question for which Epicurus thinks we do have to invoke a cause beyond the natural motions of atoms. And to answer this question, he develops a doctrine that is as famous, or notorious, as the doctrine of the unmoved mover. This is the doctrine of the atomic swerve. Here's why he thinks we have to suppose that atoms sometimes swerve off their determined course. Suppose we conceive of atoms in the way Democritus did, as possessing only weight, and thus having only downward motion, with every atom falling at the same speed. Suppose as well that the void is infinite, so each atom can travel downwards forever without encountering an obstacle. Putting these two principles together, we should expect that all the atoms in the universe would be moving downwards, parallel to each other and at the same speed, like a steady rain of particles throughout the universe. No atom would ever collide with another to initiate the complex chain reactions that generate the complex bodies and processes of the sort we are familiar with in the natural world. So the original atomic theory of Democritus does not have the resources to explain how these atomic interactions got started. So Epicurus proposes a refinement or addition to that theory. In addition to their primary downward motion, atoms sometimes swerve very slightly from their downward course. Not very often, and not very much, just enough to get interaction going in the first place, after which collision, cohesion, and various chain reactions on mechanical principles can account for all the rest. Epicurus thinks that something like the swerve had to have happened in order for the world as we know it to have come to be. But as to the patterns and regularity at the macro level in the world as we know it, that Aristotle would explain by invoking goal-directed processes in nature, and that Plato would explain by invoking a demiurge aiming at the good of the whole universe, Epicurus insists that there is nothing there to explain. Our complex world is just one of the many ways complex atomic interactions could have ended up, given the basic atomic structure and motions. And indeed, there are infinitely many worlds which actually exist out there somewhere, all of them realizing the infinitely many possibilities that the atomic theory allows for. While there might be features of our own cosmos that strike us as good or well-designed, Epicurus says there is no designer. That's just how it turned out in our world. There are plenty of other worlds where it didn't turn out this way. Where there is goodness in a cosmos, it just happened that way, with nothing aiming at it or guaranteeing it would come about. As Epicurus says in the letter to Herodotus, movements, turnings, eclipses, risings, settings, and related phenomena occur without any god helping out and ordaining. As the Epicurean speaker in Cicero's On the Nature of the Gods says, the world was produced by nature, and there was no need for someone to make it. Nor is there any need to posit gods at work within the world, as on the popular views attributing meteorological phenomena and earthquakes to the gods. Epicurus is very much in the tradition of the pre-Socratic naturalists, who propose that these can be accounted for in purely material terms. The letter to Pythocles gives material accounts of lightning, thunder, tornadoes, earthquakes, wind, hail, snow, dew, rainbows, and comets, all without invoking the gods. Now, does this mean that the Epicureans didn't believe in God or gods? They were, in fact, often suspected in antiquity of being atheists, but this was a charge they vehemently denied. Of course the gods exist, Epicurus insists. The concept, or ennoia, of God is something every people has, he claims, and so it must be true. Indeed, he even goes so far as to claim that the gods are anthropomorphic, human-formed, since that is part of the universal conception of the gods. Epicurus proposes that there must be entities that meet our preconception of anthropomorphic gods, and they must exist somewhere or somehow in the cosmos, or perhaps in the interstices between the different cosmoses, according to one of our sources. In one notoriously difficult passage, we are told that Epicurus proposed that the gods are streams of images flowing from our perceptual faculties, or perhaps flowing to them. There are textual difficulties with our sources here. Now, does this mean that the gods are simply images or projections of our imaginations? Our evidence is too scanty to say with any certainty, although Epicurus did clearly insist that the gods are appropriate objects of worship. He says, "The excellent nature of the gods would be worshipped by pious men because of that nature's blessedness and eternity." Therapeutic philosophy. Epicurus conceives of philosophy as an extremely practical discipline. There would be no point to engaging in the study of nature, figuring out how the world works and whether the gods play any role in it, for example, if it didn't make us better off. For example, Epicurus thinks, once we realize that the gods have no role to play in the operation of the cosmos, it should be a source of great relief to us. We won't be worried that the gods might get angry at us and smite us with lightning, earthquakes, volcanic eruption, or other forms of affliction, or that they might intervene in human affairs to frustrate our ambitions or destroy what we hold dear. Fear of the gods, the Epicureans believe, is one of the 4 greatest fears that afflict us. The other 3, by their accounting, are fear of death, fear that we might fail to achieve the good, and fear that unbearable suffering may befall us. Can you think of anything you fear, or that someone might fear, that doesn't fall under one of these 4 headings? Epicurean philosophy is supposed to deliver us from all of these fears, and thereby give us what they call ataraxia, or freedom from distress, since fear is a kind of distress or disturbance of the mind. Distress in Greek is tarahe, and the a in ataraxia is a negative prefix. Now, the 4 teachings that are supposed to deliver ataraxia are sometimes referred to as the tetrapharmakon, or the 4-fold remedy. Tetera means 4 in Greek, and a pharmakon is a drug or medicine. It's the root of our word pharmacy. As it is summarized by the later Epicurean Philodemus of Gadara, a Roman Epicurean of the 1st century BCE, the tetrapharmakon goes like this: don't fear God, don't worry about death, what is good is easy to obtain, and what is terrible is easy to endure. Epicurus's letter to Menoikeus is organized roughly around these 4 teachings, and they are summarized in bullet form in the first 4 of the principal doctrines. Let's look a little more closely at the remedy for fear of the gods in the first principal doctrine, KD 1. What is blessed and indestructible has no troubles itself, nor does it give troubles to anyone else, so that it is not affected by feelings of anger or gratitude. This short and memorable phrase is supposed to remind the Epicurean of a line of thought that Epicurus spells out more fully in other texts. The basic idea is this: our conception of the gods is of perfectly happy beings. Recall from our discussion of Aristotle that happiness is eudaimonia, or living well. Thus, to say the gods are perfectly happy or blessed, makarios, which is a superlative of eudaimon, is to say that they live the best possible life. This is a point that we have seen Aristotle insists on as well, when in Book 10 of the Ethics he attributes a life of uninterrupted intellectual activity to the gods. Now, Epicurus doesn't have such a high-browed conception of what the best life is. He maintains that our goal in life is to achieve what he calls ataraxia, freedom from distress. Later on, we'll examine his reasons for thinking that ataraxia is our goal. But for now, what's important is seeing why he thinks that a being who enjoys continual and uninterrupted ataraxia will not do the sorts of things we might fear the gods will do to us. The basic point is that intervening in the natural world would involve a lot of work and bother. Indeed, the Epicureans make fun of their Stoic rivals on this front. So such interventions would compromise the gods' ataraxia. It is incompatible with their status as blessedly undisturbed that they should get their hands dirty, so to speak, in the machinery of the cosmos by sending earthquakes and plagues against us. More importantly, the gods have no motivation to send earthquakes or other plagues our way. If they were angry at us or displeased at us, that might give them a motive to strike out at us. But anger or displeasure are disturbances. Think of how uncomfortable it is to be angry. So, contrary to what traditional stories or popular religion might teach about the gods, it is completely contradictory to their happy and blessed status that they should ever be angry with us. That, in outline, is the Epicurean argument that the gods are not to be feared. We can summarize it like this. 1. The gods are perfectly happy, that is, blessed. 2. So, they are in a state of ataraxia, undisturbed. 3. Troubles, anger, and the like are disturbances. 4. So the gods are never angry with us. 5. So they will never cause us any trouble. Note that this argument doesn't invoke the detailed apparatus of the atomic motions, the infinite worlds, and so forth, and other features of Epicurean natural philosophy. Rather, it appeals to a simple set of considerations that anyone can understand if they grasp the concept, the ennoia, of God. The basic idea is that if we examine our basic preconception of God, we will see that it is incompatible with the hypothesis that the gods intervene in the natural world, or that they are ever angry with human beings. So this is an easy and accessible way to get to the conclusion that you could also get to by studying atomic theory, the doctrine of many worlds, and so on. And this focus on ease of memory and understanding is also characteristic of Epicureanism. Epicurus wrote letters to Epicurean communities with summaries of the core points of doctrine, and the same function is served by the collections of maxims like the principal doctrines. You can imagine them as something you could keep in your back pocket or at your bedside, ready for quick consultation in times of need, if you feel fear or anxiety coming on. As Epicurus says at the end of the letter to Menoikeus, practice these and related precepts day and night, by yourself and with a like-minded friend, and you will never be disturbed, either when awake or in sleep, and you will live like a god among men. That's the kind of remedy Epicureanism offers to each of the four principal fears: something short, simple, and memorable, and recitable, something that captures the essence of a lot of more detailed philosophical argument. For Epicurus, philosophy should be broadly accessible, not the specialized province of experts who devote their life to its study. As we continue our tour of the Tetrapharmacon, however, we will be dipping into the philosophical arguments that are the iceberg floating below these small but effective pointers toward the life without distress. Next up will be the remedy for the fear of death. Death is nothing to us. Now we come to the Epicurean remedy for the fear of death, the second item in the fourfold remedy. Get used to believing that death is nothing to us, Epicurus says in the letter to Menoikeus. By death is nothing to us, he means death isn't anything good or bad to us. That is, even if it's nothing to look forward to, it's nothing to fear either. It only makes sense to be afraid of bad things, so if death isn't anything bad, we shouldn't fear it. But why should we think that death isn't a bad thing? Epicurus explains as he continues, "For all good and bad consist in sense experience, and death is the privation of sense experience." What we have here is a short and simple argument, suitable for rehearsing to oneself when reassurance is needed. 1. All good or bad consists in sense experience. 2. We have no sense experience when we are dead. 3. So death isn't anything good or bad for us. So there are two premises to this argument, 1 and 2, from which the third step is drawn as an inference. Let's start by considering the premises. The second premise issues from Epicurus's natural philosophy. Our soul, which animates the body when we are alive and allows it to experience sensations, is a collection of atoms that scatters upon our death. When the entire aggregate of soul and body is destroyed, the soul is scattered and no longer has the same powers. Consequently, it does not then have sense perception, Epicurus writes in the letter to Herodotus. So like the Aristotelian soul, the Epicurean soul does not go anywhere else or continue to have experiences in a disembodied form. It cannot experience anything without being collected together in a body, so there is no sensation or any experience after death. When we are dead, we exist no longer, and so do not feel anything. In fact, you don't have to sign on to the details of Epicurus's atomic theory in order to accept premise 2. Anyone who does not believe in the afterlife should find it plausible. Now, the first premise of the argument doesn't seem to be as plausible. We will later see that Epicurus is a hedonist, that is, that he thinks pleasure is the only good. Now, a hedonist should accept that nothing is good unless you experience it. But why should we accept it? Can nothing bad happen to me if I'm not aware of it? Suppose the project to which I have devoted all my energies in life turns out to be an utter failure. Imagine I've poured all my energies into a foundation to support research into a cure for Ebola. But it turns out the directors have been embezzling the money and not a cent of it has gone to fight the disease. I've had zero impact on the problem that it was my life's work to mitigate. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Even if the truth emerges only as I am lying on my deathbed and my family and friends conspire to keep me from ever hearing of it. Wouldn't my life have been a better one if my project had not been thwarted? In a different example, does it matter whether your friends really like you or whether they secretly hate you and mock you behind your back? Wouldn't that be a bad thing to happen to you, even if you never found out about it? Certainly finding out about it would be unpleasant and a bad experience on its own right, but would the badness of that experience exhaust what's bad about having false friends? Wouldn't it be a better life, one you would prefer to have true friends? So these are the sorts of considerations one might advance against the first premise of Epicurus's argument. So if you aren't a hedonist like Epicurus, and you think that what you don't know can hurt you, then this argument against the fear of death has no purchase on you. But it's not so easy to escape from Epicurus's conclusion, since he offers an alternative formulation of the argument that does not depend on premise 1. After considering a few objections, he restates his position. So death is nothing to us, since when we exist, death is not yet present, and when it is present, we do not exist. This new version of the argument proceeds as follows. 1. Nothing good or bad happens to us unless we exist. 2. We don't exist when we are dead. 3. So, death is nothing good or bad for us. So we get the same conclusion, but slightly different premises, and this time, premises that are much harder to contest. Once again, anyone who does not believe in the afterlife has to accept premise 2. And our new version of the first premise is not vulnerable to the same objections as the first premise in the original argument. Even if we accept that bad things can happen to us, even if we aren't aware of them, we still might find it plausible that for anything to be good or bad for me, I at least have to exist. And that's the reformulated opening premise. How can there be anything good or bad happening to you if there isn't any you for whom they are good and bad? How can death be anything for you to fear if you won't be around when it happens? So, are you convinced that death is nothing to be feared? So what's wrong with death? We've been considering the stronger, reformulated version of Epicurus's argument against the fear of death. The one that goes, 1, nothing good or bad happens to us unless we exist. 2, we don't exist when we are dead. 3, so death is nothing good or bad for us. Now, you might be tempted to reply to Epicurus, yes, it won't be bad for me to be dead, since I won't be around, but that's not what I'm afraid of when I fear death. Now, let's think about how this objection relates to the argument we've been considering. It isn't an objection to either of the premises, but rather a clarification of what the third sentence has to mean if it follows from the premises. What follows is that being dead is neither good nor bad for us. But you can't infer from this the further conclusion that, we'll call it step 4, so death is nothing to be afraid of, since the death that I'm afraid of is not the state of being dead, but something else. If death in the third sentence and death in the fourth sentence do not mean the same thing, then the fourth doesn't follow from the third. And the fourth is the thesis that Epicurus needs to establish. But now Epicurus can rightly respond to the objector. Okay, so what is it that you are afraid of when you fear death, if it's not being dead? This is pretty much what he goes on to say in the letter to Menoikeus, so he must have been familiar with the objection. He considers someone who proposes that it's the prospect of dying that is distressing. Expecting to die is a terrible thing. But that's just begging the question, Epicurus says. He says, he is a fool who says that he fears death, not because it will be painful when present, but because it is painful when it is still to come. For that which while present causes no distress, causes unnecessary pain when merely anticipated. What he's saying is, if you are distressed at the prospect of becoming dead, even though you think there's nothing wrong with being dead, then that's just an irrational fear. You haven't identified anything bad about dying, only what's bad about thinking that it is bad to die. Now, of course, the process of dying can be very painful. Think about dying from lung cancer or stomach cancer, truly horrible ways of ending your life. But if that's all you can say about what we fear in death, then you've conceded a lot to Epicurus. You are conceding that his argument has shown that dying a painless death is nothing to fear. But do you believe this? Suppose you learned that you had 3 months to live, but would die painlessly in your sleep, with no reduction in your quality of life in the meantime. And you don't believe in an afterlife in which you will be tormented with punishment or regret or sorrow at your departure from the world of the living. Would you think of your impending death as a matter of no consequence? Wouldn't you protest it as a great injustice if someone planned to kill you, even if their plan was to do it completely humanely and painlessly, and you had no doubt that they could carry it off as planned? If you would not face this prospect with equanimity, and I certainly wouldn't, then you have to rise to the challenge that Epicurus presents us with and find a way of explaining what you mean by death, if it's not being dead, and why death, so construed, is a bad thing. The moral of these reflections on Epicurus's remedy for the fear of death is that it's not at all a simple matter to specify what it is we are afraid of when we are distressed at the prospect of dying. If it's not the process of dying or the state of being dead that we fear, what is it? Now, if we're asking these questions, we are probably going beyond the reach of the quick and memorable reassurances afforded by the pithy summaries of Epicurean doctrines that Epicurus advises his followers to keep in mind. We'll have to go deeply into the thickets of Epicurean ethics to get to the bottom of this question. For example, we might propose that death is a bad thing because it cuts short our lives. It makes them shorter than they otherwise would be. Since living is a good thing, then living longer is better. Death is something to be distressed at because it deprives us of the additional years we might otherwise have had. Now I think we are in the right ballpark to identify something that a reasonable person might find distressing in the prospect of death, even a painless one. Of course, we don't want to say that it's a terrible thing for a life to come to an end, no matter how long or well one has lived. The loss one suffers when dying at 90 is a lot less than when dying at 19. We can think of what counts as a full and complete life and propose that to the extent that death deprives a person of this, then it's a bad thing for that person. Dying prematurely, we might propose, is a bad thing, and we have good reason to be distressed at its approach. Now, this is a reasonable position, but it depends on certain assumptions about what makes a life a good one. In the idiom of ancient ethical philosophy, these are assumptions about what happiness, or living well, consists in. We will see when we explore the ethical position behind the third remedy in the Tetrapharmacon that they are assumptions that Epicurus does not accept. Now we get to talk about ataraxia. The message of the third remedy in the Tetrapharmacon is, what is good is easy to obtain. By what is good, Epicurus has in mind happiness, or the goal of life. He agrees with Aristotle that the question, what is the goal of life, is the most important question we need to ask about our lives. But he has his own view about how to go about answering it. While Aristotle proceeds by identifying what is distinctive of us as humans, Epicurus's methodology is to identify the goal of our natural and uncorrupted impulses. That is, examining the natural behavior of infants will tell us what our goal in life is. And here's what he thinks we find when we, quote, visit the cradle. As soon as each animal is born, it seeks pleasure and rejoices in it as the highest good, and rejects pain as the greatest bad thing. That is, as soon as we are born, we, and every other animal, recoil from pain. Think of the newborn crying because it's hungry or cold or wet. We also naturally enjoy and seek out pleasures of the ordinary sort, but the highest form of pleasure, according to Epicurus, is this consciousness of freedom from pain. He says, we hold the greatest pleasure to be that which is perceived when all pain is removed. And it is towards this, rather than the pleasures like eating and drinking, that our primary natural impulse is directed. Now, to call this experience of freedom from pain a pleasure is certainly provocative. And there were many, both in antiquity and now, who would deny that this is a proper use of the term pleasure. But whether or not Epicurus is right to call it pleasure, he makes it clear that this is what he thinks is our ultimate goal in life. That's what newborns are seeking, and that's what we would continue to pursue as our ultimate goal in life if we weren't corrupted by our upbringing and society and develop all kinds of false beliefs about what is good. To appreciate what is involved in reaching this goal, let's look at a memorable summary of the doctrine from the Vatican sayings. The cry of the flesh is not to be hungry, not to be thirsty, not to be cold. There's your crying newborn. For if someone has these things and is confident of having them in the future, now that's not the newborn anymore, but could be an adult like you and me, he might contend even with Zeus for happiness. So Epicurus here invokes two very different kinds of pains. There are those the body incurs when its natural needs are not met, if it needs food, drink, or shelter. Then there is pain or distress of the mind, fear that you won't be able to satisfy your hunger or your need for drink or shelter. The pains that make the greatest difference to our overall state of pleasure or pain are the mental ones, Epicurus says. Think of it this way. If you've worked up a good appetite from a long hike and are still miles from home, where you are expecting a hearty meal, your overall experience will be a pleasant one. You won't be paying much attention to your feelings of hunger because you have no worries about whether you will be able to satisfy them. By contrast, if you are not enjoying the hike and are worried about where your next meal is coming from, that is, if you have mental distress on top of the bodily pangs of hunger, then your overall state will be one of distress. You will not be, as Epicurus says, confident of having these things in the future. So the moral here is that the most important thing for achieving an overall experience of freedom from distress is to work on the mental component, which Epicurus calls ataraxia. Note his indication at the end of Vatican Saying 33 that ataraxia is the condition of the gods. Of course, we can be worried about other things than whether we are going to be hungry, thirsty, or cold. We can worry about whether the stock market will crash, about whether you'll get the job or the promotion you want, about whether we will have a room with a view, or whether there will be a place to get a decent cup of coffee. But these are worries about things we can't control. And so long as we care about achieving these things, we cannot eliminate fear and worry from our lives. We cannot achieve ataraxia. But ataraxia about these uncertain things is still within our reach. All we have to do is rid ourselves of our desires for them. A desire, as Epicurus conceives it, is a longing that is painful when it is unsatisfied. It involves caring about whether we get its object. Once you desire something, you need to get it, or else you will be distressed. Now, Epicurus's point in saying we should rid ourselves of these kinds of desires is not that we should aim at austerity, but rather that we should be prepared to be content with austerity if that's all that's available. And then if the opportunity for indulgence comes along, we can enjoy that too. If you don't have your heart set on a room with a view, you can still get full enjoyment out of the view if your room happens to have one. You can get maximum enjoyment out of a sumptuous meal, provided you didn't have your heart set on fine dining. As Epicurus says in the letter to Menoikeus, we believe that self-sufficiency is a great good, not in order that we might make do with few things under all circumstances, but rather so that if we do not have a lot, we can make do with a few, being genuinely convinced that those who least need extravagance enjoy it most. Raphael Wolff has offered a nice example to illustrate Epicurus's point about enjoying extravagance most when you need it the least. Suppose a modern Epicurean is booking a flight across the Atlantic. The Epicurean will not need to fly first class and will be content with a coach class ticket. Still, she'll be very pleased if the airline upgrades her ticket to first class and will thoroughly enjoy the extra legroom and the fine food. But she won't miss them at all if, as is likely, she remains in coach class. Compare her situation to that of the person who prefers to fly first class and hates being stuck in coach class. He too will enjoy being upgraded to first class, but his enjoyment won't be as great, according to Epicurus, once you add in all the aggravation and distress that come from worrying about whether he'll have to stay in coach class. Epicurus's basic advice about how to achieve ataraxia in life is that we should be as limited in our desires and as flexible in our actions as the Epicurean traveler. Natural and necessary desires. The key to achieving ataraxia, according to Epicurus, is to scrutinize our desires and to ask two questions about each of them. The first question we should ask is this a natural desire, like the desire for food, drink, and shelter, or an acquired one, a non-natural one, like the desire to be rich and famous, or to hike every section of the Appalachian Trail, or to live in a house by the ocean? These latter desires are ones that we can eliminate, presumably by practicing something like Aristotelian habituation. If we get used to living by the ocean so that we can't be happy anywhere else, that's a bad thing, according to Epicurus, because then we'll have to worry about whether we'll always be able to stay there. So in step one of this process of self-examination, we are supposed to rid ourselves of desires for anything other than food, drink, and shelter. The desires that remain will all be natural. But not all natural desires are equally good at maintaining our ataraxia. Within natural desires, Epicurus claims, we can distinguish between those that are necessary and those that are not. While it is necessary that we desire food, drink, and shelter, it is not necessary that we desire particular kinds of food, drink, or shelter. Indeed, to the extent that our natural desires are unnecessary, they expose us to risk and uncertainty. For example, a desire for a hamburger is much harder to satisfy than a simple desire for food, and a desire for spring water is much harder to satisfy than a simple desire for drink, and so on. Now, this is not to say that one should desire simple food or desire simple drink instead. That's just being picky in a different way. And the core to Epicureanism is not to be picky about how you will satisfy the body's cry not to be hungry, thirsty, or cold. It's not better to desire a peanut butter sandwich than a hamburger, or to desire a vegetarian or vegan diet, or organic foods, because these kinds of desires put restrictions on the way you want to satisfy your basic bodily needs for food and drink, and that just makes them harder to satisfy. What the hungry body needs is food, and what a thirsty body needs is drink. If we allow ourselves to develop desires for specific ways of satisfying these bodily needs, then we are just opening ourselves up to impediment and frustration. It is much more likely that there will be something to eat than that there will be hamburgers, and more likely that there will be something to drink than that there will be spring water. Surely Epicurus has a point here. The more easily satisfiable our desires are, the less we have any reason to worry about whether we will be able to satisfy them. And so, the more likely we are to achieve ataraxia. In fact, Epicurus goes so far as to say that if we manage to restrict our desires to the natural and necessary ones, then we can be completely confident that we will be able to satisfy them. As he puts it in the letter to Menoikeus, everything natural is easy to obtain. And in the Principal Doctrines, he says, natural wealth is both limited and easy to acquire. Or, to make his point more explicitly, he says, it is easy to provide that which removes the feeling of pain owing to want and make one's whole life perfect. His view is that it is simply a feature of the natural world that there are enough resources to satisfy the basic bodily needs of everyone. This is the essence of the third tetrapharmacon, that good is easy to obtain. Now, we might well dispute Epicurus's affirmation that everyone has access to resources sufficient to meet their basic bodily needs. Now, he did not live in a world of urban poverty and homelessness, but surely he was familiar with conditions of drought and hunger. In any case, there is still an important message here for those of us who are in the fortunate position of having those resources at our disposal. This is the message behind the deliberate paradox in number 25 of the Vatican Sayings. Poverty, if measured by the goal of nature, is great wealth. This expresses the same point as the remark attributed to Epicurus by Stabius. If you wish to make Pythocles wealthy, do not give him more money. Rather, reduce his desires. Epicurus's point is that to be wealthy is to have the means to satisfy one's every desire. If your desires outstrip your resources to satisfy them, a distressing condition, then there are two ways to rectify the situation. You can try to secure more resources. This is the more difficult route, with no guarantee of success, and so no ataraxia. Or you can reduce your desires to the ones that match the resources at hand. This is the easier route, and the one Epicurus recommends. If you follow his advice, you will have nothing to worry about. You will have achieved ataraxia, the goal of life. Enduring pain. Now, Epicureans in antiquity were often misunderstood and attacked for being devoted to the cult of bodily pleasures. In fact, that sort of misunderstanding is where our term Epicurean comes from. An epicure is a connoisseur of fine food and drink. Now, Epicureans do say that the pleasures they care about are only those of the body, but they don't mean that their focus is on the pleasures of eating, drinking, and sex, but rather on the simple contentment of having enough to eat, enough to drink, and a roof over one's head. What they have to say about sex is actually disputed and is a complication we need not deal with here. In any case, their view is that as long as the body's basic needs are taken care of, there is nothing else in life you need to worry about. But this is not to say that an Epicurean is soft about the pain of bodily needs, that they want to avoid all pangs of hunger and all feelings of thirst. Far from it. Temporary bodily discomfort from normal feelings of hunger and thirst are perfectly bearable, Epicurus points out, for two reasons. One of them is that in the ordinary course of events, such feelings of bodily discomfort are outweighed by feelings of pleasure that we experience at the same time, like the enjoyment of the company of friends or the pleasure of a long walk on a beautiful day. Life is typically full of lots of varied pleasures of this sort, as well as the pleasures of eating, drinking, and the like. These are all pleasures in the ordinary sense. Sometimes Epicurus calls them kinetic pleasures, meaning that they are lively feelings, rather than the condition of freedom from pain that he insists is the highest pleasure. In his view, typically, the total amount of pleasure we feel from such sources, that is, from kinetic pleasures, outweighs the various bodily aches and pains that we may be experiencing at a given time. Only if the pain of our various bodily discomforts outweighs the other pleasures, a net balance of painful over pleasant feelings, do we have a problem. But even in that case, there is something an Epicurean can do to make it bearable. Here is where the second reason comes into play. As we already noted earlier, Epicurus thinks that our experience of pleasure and pain have a significant mental component. For example, feeling hungry while looking forward to a hearty meal is very different from feeling hungry and worrying that you won't be able to find anything to eat. In addition, what we pay attention to and focus our thoughts on makes a big difference. When you dwell on the feeling of discomfort, thinking, "This is terrible, I can't bear it much longer," your experience is very different than if you think about something else, especially if it's something you enjoy. In sum, Epicurus thinks that the way we direct our attention when we are experiencing significant bodily pains, and what we think about their duration and their bearability, can effectively neutralize them, bringing the net balance of pleasure and pain back to zero, and even, perhaps, into the positive column for pleasure. And this applies not only to the pains of the natural bodily appetites, but also to the pains of serious illness and bodily injury. That's the subject of the fourth and final remedy in the Tetrapharmacon. Here's how Epicurus puts it in the fourth principal doctrine. And recall that the first four doctrines correspond to the four remedies in the Tetrapharmacon. He says, "The feeling of pain does not linger continuously in the flesh. Rather, the sharpest is present for the shortest time, while what merely exceeds the pleasure in the flesh lasts only a few days. And diseases which last a long time involve feelings of pleasure which exceed feelings of pain." These are the sorts of considerations you are supposed to rehearse to yourself when you are experiencing or expect to experience serious bodily distress, so that you can convince yourself that you can bear it, so that you don't make matters worse with the self-fulfilling prophecy involved in thinking, "I can't handle this." Yes, you can handle it, is Epicurus' message, and he is reminding you of how to handle it. His message is that there is an inverse relation between the intensity of the pain and its duration. If it's incredibly intense, it won't last very long. It is, as he says, present the shortest time. So you can tell yourself, "I just have to hold out for a few more minutes." If the pain is less intense, but still strong enough to outweigh the pleasures you are feeling, then you can say to yourself, "It'll all be over in a few days. I can handle this." And finally, if it does last a long time, you can remind yourself that the net balance between the pleasures and pains you are feeling is still on the side of pleasure. Elsewhere, Epicurus stresses the practice he calls gratitude. It involves deliberately calling to mind pleasant experiences from the past so that you can enjoy the memories in the present, and thus tip the pleasure-pain balance back in the direction of pleasure. He says, "Misfortunes must be cured by a sense of gratitude for what has been, and the knowledge that what is past cannot be undone." This is a practice that Epicurus himself employed as he lay dying from a very painful illness, at least as is reported in a letter written from his deathbed. He says, "Urinary blockages and dysenteric discomforts afflict me, which could not be surpassed for their intensity. But against all these things are ranged the joy in my soul produced by the recollection of the discussions we have had. Please take care of the children of Metrodorus." So we can summarize the Epicurean technique for enduring unavoidable bodily pain as follows. First of all, attend to the kinetic pleasures at hand. Second, remember past pleasures. Third, do not dwell on past evils. And fourth, exploit the mental component of bodily pain. Do not make it worse by thinking false thoughts. All this is within our control, Epicurus stresses. We can be confident of being able to endure even terrible bodily pains. So we don't have to worry that we might end up with unbearable pain. You can handle it, Epicurus teaches. So contrary to what you might have thought, Epicureans are tough. They aren't afraid of anything that life might throw their way. Now, wouldn't you like to be an Epicurean? Now let's talk about the Stoics. This is the second of the two major philosophical schools founded in Athens after the death of Aristotle. The school was founded by Zeno of Citium, who is not to be confused with the pre-Socratic philosopher Zeno of Elea. That Zeno was a follower of Parmenides. Our Zeno grew up on the island of Cyprus and came to Athens as a young man, where he steeped himself in the philosophical culture of the time. Eventually, he came to have his own following, who congregated to listen to him on the painted colonnade known as the Stoa Poikile, which is how his followers came to be known as the Stoics. After Zeno's death, the school was led by Cleanthes, and the third head, perhaps the most famous Stoic of all, was Chrysippus. Chrysippus worked out detailed arguments for the positions that Zeno first articulated, and he defended them against objections raised in particular by members of Plato's academy. The influence Chrysippus had on the shape and articulation of Stoic philosophy is such that there was a saying in antiquity, "If there had been no Chrysippus, there would have been no Stoa." So often in our sources of Stoic philosophy, it is Chrysippus, not Zeno, whose works are discussed. Unfortunately, the writings of Zeno, Cleanthes, and Chrysippus suffered pretty much the same fate as those of Epicurus and the pre-Socratics. That is, they are mostly lost to us. But like the Epicureans, the Stoics too had adherents among Roman writers whose works have survived. In particular, we can read Stoic philosophy in the works of Seneca, Epictetus, and the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who were all Stoics. In addition, Cicero, although he was an opponent of Stoicism, preserved several accounts of Stoic philosophy in dialogues that he wrote. Book 3 of his On Ends provides an account of Stoic ethics, and Book 2 of On the Nature of the Gods sets forth Stoic theology, and his work On Fate provides a critique and defense of one of the most controversial Stoic doctrines, the thesis of fate. Among later writers, Diogenes Laertius in the 3rd century CE provides a long summary of Stoic philosophy in his biography of Zeno. And 2 centuries later, the anthologist John Stabius includes long extracts from Stoic authors in a compendium of ancient wisdom that he commissioned for the benefit of his son. Stoicism would prove to be an enormously influential philosophy in the post-Hellenistic period, where for a while it became the dominant philosophy. Even later philosophers who rejected Stoic teachings adopted much of their terminology and methodology. Early Christian theologians, although they were concerned to reject pagan philosophy, still bore the mark of the cumulative weight of many centuries of Stoicism. As it turned out, the Stoics proved to have a more lasting influence in antiquity than their Epicurean rivals. Perhaps because early Christians and later Platonists were especially hostile to Epicurus. The Stoics did, however, have a number of points of agreement with the Epicureans. They too believed in a fully material world. Although they rejected atomism, they believed that anything that exists has to be corporeal, that is, a body. They too believed in a corporeal God, although their God, unlike that of the Epicureans, was actively at work in every corner and level of the universe. While Epicurus was a follower of Democritus, the Stoics took their inspiration from Heraclitus. They conceived of God as a designing fire that sustains the operations of the universe, but also, periodically, consumes the whole cosmos in a conflagration, what they called an ekporosis. After the conflagration, the cosmos starts all over again and unfolds exactly as it did before, including the final conflagration. So the Stoics, too, thought that there are infinitely many worlds, but in succession, not simultaneously as Epicurus thought, and they are all identical to each other. Now, this doctrine of eternal recurrence was absolutely central to Stoic physics, right from the time of Zeno, but for reasons that I don't think we fully understand today. It gives rise to many puzzles about time and identity, but we won't have time to address them. Our focus will be on the Stoic concept of God, their thesis of fate, and their ethical teachings, where, on practical matters, they had much in common with the Epicureans. While they did not agree with the Epicureans that the goal of life is ataraxia, they did claim that those who achieve the goal of life would experience a condition very like ataraxia. They called it euphroia, or a good flow of life, which involves being distressed at nothing that happens. The goal of life, however, as they saw it, is not to experience this agreeable condition, but rather to live in agreement with nature, as they put it. To appreciate just what this involves, we need to start with Stoic natural philosophy, and in particular with their view of the role of God in nature. The Stoic God is everywhere in the cosmos. Everything that exists, including the cosmos itself, can be analyzed into two principles: the active principle, or logos, which makes anything what it is, and the passive principle, or matter. As Diogenes reports their view, there are two principles of the universe, the active and the passive. The passive, then, is unqualified substance, that is, matter, whereas the active is the logos in it, that is, God. Now, in some ways, the distinction between the active and the passive principle is like the Aristotelian distinction between form and matter, but there are some significant differences. Unlike Aristotelian form, the Stoic active principle, or logos, is fully material. It is a warm breath, or pneuma, that pervades the passive material, giving it unity, cohesion, and all its other features. This active principle, or logos, is God, and it is at work everywhere in the cosmos. And the sense of logos as reason is operative here. The Stoic God is divine reason pervading the cosmos. It doesn't, however, manifest itself as reason everywhere it is at work. At its most basic level, it is the cohesive power, or hexis, that holds together inanimate bodies like rocks. In plants, it is the nature, or phusis, that is responsible for their growth and reproduction. In animals, it is the soul, psyche, that is active in perception and locomotion. And in rational animals, it is once more itself, the power of reason, which we use to figure things out and decide what to do. So human reason is, quite literally, a portion of the divine logos that animates the universe. Now, this schema is a familiar one, which we can recognize from Aristotle, although the terminology is somewhat different. Whereas Aristotle uses soul as the label for the internal principle of both plants and animals, the Stoics attribute soul only to animals and use nature for the principle of growth in plants. They do, however, also use nature in a wider sense to apply to the entirety of the divine pneuma that pervades the cosmos. God is both the reason that governs the world as well as the nature of the world. Now, on one way of looking at it, the active pneuma that the Stoics identify as God is distributed throughout the universe. Some of it is holding rocks together, some of it is making plants grow, some of it is animating animals, and some of it is manifest as our own individual intellects as we think about things and try to arrive at correct answers. But the divine pneuma is not simply the sum total of all these individual portions. The cosmos itself, as the Stoics understand it, is a unified, interactive whole. All the individual constituents, animals, plants, inanimate entities, as well as larger-scale phenomena like oceans, rivers, tides, and seasons, along with the celestial bodies, all these form a complex, interconnected system like the parts of a natural organism. The divine pneuma is what holds all this together and animates it. It is thus quite literally the nature of the cosmos, as well as its soul. It is, in effect, the world soul. And like the world soul in Plato's Timaeus, it is a rational soul. So for the Stoics, the cosmos as a whole is guided by divine reason. Now, divine reason, unlike the human variety, is perfect. It doesn't make mistakes. And so the cosmos is organized in the best way possible. The world order is what they call a providential order, unfolding according to the excellent plan of its governing deity. Although this governing deity is not an anthropomorphic or supernatural deity, looking in on the natural world from the outside. Rather, the Stoic God is fully a feature of the natural world, a rational principle that animates the cosmos from the inside. The universe, so conceived, has a teleological structure. Reason, the divine principle that animates the cosmos, is the best thing in it, and ultimately, everything in the world is organized for its sake. More precisely, everything in the world is organized for the sake of humans, and humans have as their goal, or telos, achieving conformity with the divine reason that animates the world. Now, we may not always be in a position to appreciate how we are benefited by the way the world is as we find it, but the Stoics reassure us that this is always the case. Chrysippus, we are told, even proposed that bed bugs are beneficial to humans, since they keep us from sleeping too late, and mice provide the useful function of encouraging us to be tidy. Now, this is not to say that the world is organized to give us everything we might want or pursue. Far from it. But if we properly understand our good, the Stoics claim, we will see that the universe is set up in such a way as to make it possible for each of us, for every human being, to achieve the only thing that is genuinely good, which is to bring our individual reason in line with the reason that guides the universe. This is what the Stoics mean when they say that our goal in life is to live in agreement, or to live in agreement with nature. Here they are not using nature in the strict sense that corresponds to the pneuma that animates plants as opposed to animals. Rather, they are using nature in the broad sense to refer to the rational principle that governs the whole cosmos. Just what it means to have our reason agree with that of the cosmos will be the subject of another lecture. The goal of life, according to Zeno, is to live in agreement with nature. All the Stoics follow him in this conception of the end, although they differ in their precise formulations of it. Now, by living in agreement with nature, Zeno doesn't mean going back to the land, rejecting processed foods, or opting for natural fibers, organic foods, or a paleo diet. It is not a rejection of the artificial or the conventional. As Chrysippus explains, the goal is to live consistently with nature, that is, according to one's own nature and that of the universe, doing nothing forbidden by the common law, which is right reason, penetrating all things, and is the same as Zeus, who is the leader of the administration of all things. The key point here is that the nature we are supposed to follow or agree with is twofold. It is first of all our own natures, and second of all, it's the nature of the universe, the divine reason permeating all things, which the Stoics identify as God. So we're going to take up these points separately and see, first of all, what the Stoics have in mind by living in agreement with our own nature, and second, what it means to be living in agreement with the divine nature that governs the universe. So, living in agreement with our own nature. What the Stoics mean by our own nature is pretty much what Aristotle singles out in the function argument when he looks for the distinctive capacity of human beings. Plants have an internal principle of growth. This is their physis, or nature in the strict sense. Animals have soul in addition. This gives them the powers of sensation and what the Stoics call impulse. Impulse is goal-directed behavior, the pursuit and avoidance of what we find congenial or alien to ourselves. As animals, we have both sensation and impulse. But as rational animals, we also have reason, the faculty we share with the divine. To live in agreement with our own nature, then, is to live in accordance with our reason. More specifically, it is to use our reason to govern our faculty of impulse. As Diogenes Laertius reports the Stoic view, animals use impulse in pursuit of things to which they have affinity. So for them, what is natural is governed by what is according to impulse. But when reason has been given to rational animals as a more perfect governor, then for them, life according to reason properly becomes what is natural for them. For they have reason in addition as the artisan of impulse. The point here is that for an animal to follow its own nature is for it to engage in goal-directed behavior, that is, action according to impulse. But for a rational animal to follow its own nature is for it to use reason to be the governor or the artisan of impulse. Now, what it is for reason to be the artisan or craftsman, that is technites, of impulse. One thing the Stoics have in mind here is their doctrine of assent. They maintain that in rational creatures, all impulse or action arises from the assent of the rational faculty. We don't do anything unless our reason has judged it to be the right course of action to take. So that's a pretty straightforward sense in which reason is the artisan or the craftsman of impulse. Impulse is actually produced by reason, in the way shoes are produced by the shoemaker. But that's not all there is to reason's being the artisan or craftsman of impulse. We can get a sense of the further dimension by noting the connection between the phrase artisan of impulse, that is technites, tes hormes, and another important phrase in Stoic ethics, the art of living, the techne to biou. This is what the virtuous person practices. Now, when we talk about the art of living, we are not using art in the sense in which we sometimes contrast art with science. Art here translates techne, which is the root of our term technology, and it could equally well be translated expertise. The art of living, the techne to biou, is a kind of knowledge or expertise. Exercising the art of living means, in particular cases, knowing what the right thing to do is. In Stoic terminology, this is to know and to do what is kathekon. While it is generally kathekon to pursue the sorts of things that are congenial to our animal nature, such as health, life, and the well-being of our children, sometimes it is not. As when courage requires us to risk bodily injury and death, or when justice requires that we not put our own children first, and so on for all the other virtues. In general, in exercising the art of living, we regulate the sorts of pursuits and avoidance that are part of our animal nature in the light of standards of what is appropriate, or kathekon. These are standards involving the correct use of reason. Indeed, in one text, we find a definition of the kathekon as what is eulagon, or reasonable to do. So, to return to our question of what it is to follow our own nature as rational animals, we can conclude that it is to exercise the art of living, and thereby regulate the pursuit and avoidance behavior that is part of our animal nature. As the Stoic speaker in Cicero's On the Nature of the Gods says, "Nature gave to beasts the power of sense perception and motion, and the ability to use a kind of impulse to acquire beneficial things and avoid dangerous things. Her gifts to humans were greater, in that she added reason, by which the soul's impulses could be governed." So here again we have a version of what we find in Aristotle, although articulated in Stoic vocabulary and concepts. But as we turn to our next question and see what living in agreement with the nature of the universe involves, we will find the distinctively Stoic doctrines that set them apart from the Aristotelians, and indeed from just about every other school in antiquity. Let's recall what Diogenes Laertius tells us about the Stoic telos. The goal of life is to live consistently with nature, that is, according to one's own nature and that of the universe, doing nothing which is forbidden by the common law, which is right reason, penetrating all things, which is the same as Zeus, who is the leader of the administration of things. And this itself is the virtue of the happy person and a smooth flow of life, whenever all things are done according to the harmony of the daimon in each of us with the will of the administrator of the universe. So far, we've seen what's involved in living according to our own nature. That amounts, basically, to living virtuously by using our reason to make correct decisions about what to do. Now our task is to see what's involved in living according to the nature of the universe. Here it will be helpful to make a distinction between the appropriate or kathekon action the virtuous person performs and the objective or goal of that action. For example, health and safety are goals we naturally pursue in our actions. Even though the virtuous person will sometimes risk her health or safety rather than promote it, for example, if courage requires standing her ground in face of the enemy, she will typically perform actions that have health and safety as their goal. For example, it is appropriate, kathekon, to step out of the path of an oncoming bus, for this saves us from injury and death, and it is appropriate to brush and floss your teeth daily, for this promotes dental health. Very roughly, we live in agreement with our own rational nature by performing the actions that are appropriate. We live in agreement with the nature of the universe by having the appropriate attitude to the goals or objectives of those actions. The first kind of agreement we've already discussed. When you decide correctly that taking the healthy course of action is appropriate, that is, for example, you brush and floss your teeth rather than neglecting them, you are reasoning well. You are deciding to do what God would agree is the right thing for you to do. So this is, in a way, already to be in agreement with divine reason. But knowing the right thing for you to do does not exhaust the scope of divine reason. Recall that this reason arranges every detail of the universe, including whether your regime of dental hygiene will succeed in keeping your teeth healthy and intact throughout your life. And more generally, whether the various actions you quite properly take to promote your life and your health, including running from attacking dogs and stepping out of the path of oncoming buses, whether these will be successful in realizing their goals. More generally, the divine reason that structures the universe determines whether you will get the objectives that you aim at in your actions. Whether you will live to a healthy old age with all your teeth intact, or whether you will contract a terrible disease or injury that will cut short your life. Whether you will have enough money to live comfortably, or whether you will fall into poverty. Whether your children will prosper, or whether they will die in infancy. While the Stoic God is in control of all these details, our control is much more limited. Within our sphere of influence is only what we do, whether we take care of our teeth or take care of our children. It is out of our control whether, in spite of our best efforts, our actions might still fail to achieve their objectives. With this gap between the scope of human and divine reason in mind, we can identify an additional dimension in which you, as a rational human agent, can be in harmony with the will of the administrator of the universe. Suppose you've been conscientious in taking care of your health, but nonetheless you contract a debilitating degenerative disease. Or suppose you've nurtured your children carefully, but they die in an epidemic. What attitude should you take to these outcomes of your endeavors? You aimed at health, but ended up with disease. You organized your life around caring for your children, but you end up bereft and childless. There are two different attitudes you can take here. One is to be disappointed, upset, aggrieved. The other is to say something like, "I guess that was not meant to be. That's not what God had in store for me." The Stoic position is that you should take the second route. If you recognize these failures to achieve what you aimed at as elements in the divine plan for the universe, as part of the larger nature of things, and you accept them without complaint or distress, then you are keeping your will in harmony with that of the divine reason that governs the universe. You are not demanding or expecting more than what the nature of the universe is granting you. You are not complaining about the way it is managing the affairs of the world. You are completely in sync with what the universe is giving you, and you are acknowledging it as part of the wise management of the cosmos. Your life is flowing smoothly in that you are never getting less than you expect, even if you do fail to get what you aimed at in your actions. As the Roman Stoic Epictetus advises us, seek not to have things turn out as you wish, but rather wish for everything to happen as it does, and then your life will flow smoothly. The Stoics illustrate the sort of attitude we are supposed to bring to the vicissitudes of life by invoking the analogy of an archer taking aim at a target. The target stands in for the sorts of objectives we pursue in life: health, life, family, financial security, friendship, respect, and so on. The archer who takes aim at the target and releases the arrow stands in for us making appropriate decisions about when, how, and whether to aim at our objectives. To take proper aim at our objectives is to do what is appropriate, kathekon, in pursuit of them. The archer's skill of taking proper aim at the target is the analog of the art of living of the virtuous person. Now, suppose the archer has aimed perfectly and expertly at the target, taking into account all the relevant conditions like air pressure, wind speed and direction, and so on. Is she guaranteed to hit the target? No, because something unforeseen can come up. A freak gust of wind, for example, or an earth tremor that moves the target. But does the archer have anything to feel bad about, to regret if that happens? Has she done anything inexpert? Has she made any mistakes? No. She is fully successful as an archer, insofar as that involves exercising the skill of archery. And that is all that matters, according to the Stoics, in archery as well as in life. The goal of the archer is to aim well at the target, not to hit it. The archer who misses the target through no defect in her archery is like the wise and virtuous person who has taken all appropriate steps to protect her health or promote the well-being of her children, but still ends up ill or bereft due to unforeseeable circumstances beyond her control. So the virtuous person, too, even though she fails to reach her objectives, is still fully successful as a rational agent and has nothing to regret or be distressed about. This is the sort of attitude we are supposed to bring to all our actions, according to the Stoics. We are to care only about acting appropriately in pursuit of objectives such as health, wealth, and family. We are not to care about whether we actually achieve these objectives. It is the wisdom of the universe that decides whether we will hit the target. And so, to be completely attuned to that divine wisdom, we have to be prepared to accept it if our efforts fail to hit the target, if we lose our health, or our livelihood, or our loved ones. Upset or distress are appropriate attitudes to take when bad things happen to you. The Stoics agree with this. But they think that our good consists entirely in acting virtuously. This is the theory behind the Stoic slogan, "Only the honorable is good." It is no dishonor to the archer to miss the target due to a freak wind, nor for the virtuous to lose livelihood and loved ones due to factors beyond their control. And so, there is nothing bad in these outcomes either. Thus, it is inappropriate to be distressed when they occur. Now, the Epicureans, too, advocated a life without distress. But the route by which they propose to reach it is very different from the Stoic route. They counsel us to care only about a limited class of objectives, those that we can be confident of obtaining. The Stoics take the more plausible position that we can't be confident of obtaining even the basic bodily satisfaction that Epicurus teaches is so easy to get. But since they also maintain that there's nothing bad in being hungry, thirsty, and cold, they can agree with the Epicurean that we have nothing to worry about on that front. The Stoics also have a deep disagreement with the followers of Aristotle. The Peripatetics insisted against the Stoics that to be living well, that is, to achieve the goal of life, you not only needed to be living virtuously, you also needed to acquire, or at least to keep, a sufficient number of the external objectives like health, financial security, and freedom from bodily pain. Although it is worth noting that in maintaining this, they are being explicit where Aristotle is not. Indeed, it is arguable that the Stoics, in insisting that our good consists entirely in the excellent exercise of our reason, are more faithful to the conclusion of the function argument articulated by Aristotle himself. Now, one point on which Stoics, Epicureans, and Peripatetics agreed is that our actions are up to us. Their disagreement concerned whether any results beyond our actions were an essential feature of living well. We'll turn next to a dispute about whether the Stoics could consistently maintain that our actions are up to us. Their peripatetic, Epicurean, and academic opponents insisted that this thesis, that our actions are up to us, is incompatible with another Stoic doctrine, the doctrine of fate. The Stoics maintain that everything that happens in the universe is fated. Now, this is not the fate of superstition, but of physics, they say. Fate, as the Stoics understood it, is an interconnection or interweaving of causes. A cause, for them, is one body acting on another. So the causal nexus that they identify with fate is the interconnected physical system that comprises the cosmos. Everything that happens in the universe is determined by this causal nexus. This thesis of fate was very controversial in antiquity. Epicureans, academics, and peripatetics protested that there was something terribly wrong with the supposition that our actions are fated. However, it proved surprisingly difficult to specify what the problem was supposed to be. We are going to look at two different attempts to specify what's wrong with the thesis of fate and the Stoic responses to those objections. Both the objections and the replies are preserved in Cicero's work on fate. The first of these objections is known as the lazy argument, the argos logos, so called because, in a nutshell, it says that the thesis of fate, if we believed it, would make us lazy. So here's the objection as recorded by Cicero. If it is fated for you to recover from this illness, whether or not you call the doctor, you will recover. Similarly, if it is fated for you not to recover from this illness, whether you call the doctor, you will not recover. And one of the two is fated. Therefore, there's no point in calling the doctor. The argument is structured as a division of cases. Either it's fated that you will recover, or it is fated that you won't recover. And then it proceeds to show that on either alternative, it doesn't matter what you do. The fated outcome will happen anyway. This general argument form can be applied to any objective you might consider pursuing in your actions. So here's how we might summarize it with a more modern example. 1. It's fated whether I will pass the exam. 2. If it's fated that I will pass, then I'll pass, regardless of whether I study. 3. If it's fated that I won't pass, then I won't pass, regardless of whether I study. 4. So, there's no point to studying. It won't make any difference to whether I pass. Now, the Stoics reply that this argument is unsound. That is, not all of its premises are true. They accept step 1, the first premise, since that is a simple application of the principle that everything happens by fate. But they reject steps 2 and 3 as false. To say that it happens by fate is not to say that it will happen regardless of what anyone does, but only to say that it issues from the nexus of causes in the world. And the operation of some of those causes may well be crucial for bringing about the effect. Consider whether Milo will wrestle in the Olympic Games. We're talking about the original Olympic Games here. Either it's fated that he will wrestle, or it's fated that he won't. But if it is fated that he will wrestle in the Olympics, it doesn't follow that he will do so regardless of whether he has an opponent. Similarly, if it is fated that a champion boxer will emerge from his match unscathed, this does not mean that he will emerge unscathed whether he raises his hands or not. Many fated events, the Stoics explain, are complex and conjoined to others. They call them co-fatals. For example, if it was fated that you will get an A on your paper, then it was surely also fated that you would hand in the paper, and most likely also fated that you would work hard on it. Now, recovering from illness and seeing the doctor are not as tightly connected as that. Sometimes you fail to recover even with the best medical care. All the more so in the case of ancient medicine. Think of the various treatments for epilepsy proposed in On the Sacred Disease. But the Stoics insist that the mere fact that it's fated whether you will recover doesn't give you any insight into whether seeing the doctor will be a help or a hindrance in that project. It doesn't tell you which efforts will make a difference and which will be pointless. The mistake behind the lazy argument is to confuse the Stoic thesis of fate with the fate of legend and superstition. Recall the legend of Oedipus. A baby boy, who will be named Oedipus, is born to Laius and Jocasta, the king and queen of Thebes. They hear a prophecy that the child is fated to kill his father and marry his mother. So they send the newborn out to die of exposure on a faraway mountainside. A kind-hearted shepherd discovers the baby and takes him away to Corinth, where the king and queen of that city adopt him and raise him as their own child. Years later, when Oedipus is grown, he hears the same prophecy, that he is destined to kill his father and marry his mother. He tries to thwart the prophecy by running away from his adoptive parents and ends up running into Laius, his real father, at a crossroads. They have a fight, and Laius is killed, and Oedipus continues on his way, unaware that he has just fulfilled one half of the prophecy by killing his father. Eventually, he finds himself in Thebes, where he marries the widowed queen, unaware that she is his mother. So, Oedipus ends up doing exactly what he was fated to do, kill his father and marry his mother, in spite of his own and his parents' determined efforts to avoid this. Now, in this story, what is fated is determined to happen no matter what efforts human beings take to avoid or prevent it. Fate, in this story, is impervious to our efforts and desires. Now, we have an expression in English that captures this conception of fate. We talk about being fatalistic about something. Look, there's no point to my applying for the job, you might say. They're not going to offer it to me. There's no point to calling for help. No one will hear us. We take this fatalistic attitude to matters that we think are out of our hands. But the Stoic thesis of fate is not a thesis of fatalism. It does not say that everything that happens is determined independently of our choices and efforts. It does not say that the universe is hostile to our plans and intentions and will thwart us at every turn. That's the fate of superstition or legend. So the moral of the story here is that the lazy argument hasn't captured a legitimate worry about the thesis of fate. It doesn't follow from the thesis of fate that human actions and efforts are futile or irrelevant. So it's incumbent on the critics of fate to come up with a better articulation of the problem that fate is supposed to pose for human actions. Now, you might want to say at this point, but if it's fated that I'll call the doctor, or if it's fated that I'll study for the exam, then it's not up to me whether I call the doctor or study for the exam. In general, my actions, if they are fated, are not up to me. Well, now that's an entirely different objection. We'll take it up and the Stoic response to it in another lecture. An alternative way to specify the problem that fate poses for human action takes into account the way our own choices and decisions figure into the causal nexus. We find this sort of objection articulated in Cicero's De Fato, his work on fate, by unnamed opponents to the Stoics. Here's how it goes. If everything happens by fate, everything happens by an antecedent cause. And if this is the case for impulse, then so too for what follows from impulse, and thus for assent as well. But if the cause of impulse is not in us, then impulse itself is not in our power. And if this is so, not even what is produced by impulse is in our power. Therefore, neither assent nor action is in our power, from which it follows that neither praise nor blame nor honors nor punishments are fair. The main point here is that if our actions are fated, then they are not in our power. The argument proceeds by invoking a certain amount of technical terminology that comes from the Stoic analysis of action. The basic Stoic doctrine here is that all action arises from assent to an impression. To see what they mean by assent and impression, let's consider an example. There you are, riding your bicycle home from work. You see a stop sign. This makes an impression on you. Probably something like, I'd better stop, or should I stop? That is, you have a thought about what to do, but you haven't made up your mind on the matter. The Stoics call this sort of thought an impression. In our text, Cicero calls it an impulse, probably because the Stoics classified it as an impulsive impression, that is, an impression about what to do. They also thought you can have non-impulsive impressions like, it's raining, or the stick is bent. When you have these impressions, something seems to you to be the case, but you don't have to accept it as the truth. For example, you might suspect it is just the sprinkler sending a spray against the window, and so you withhold assent from your impression that it's raining. And if you know about the refraction of light as it passes through water, you'll withhold assent from the impression that the stick bends as you dip it into the water. The Stoics think the same is true with our impressions of what to do. In most people, seeing the stop sign generates the impression, should I stop? Which we then assent to or not, depending on what else we know or care about. Is there anyone else at the intersection? Am I feeling reckless? Am I likely to get caught and fined if I go through without stopping? And so on. But if you assent to the impression, that is, if you agree that stopping is the thing to do, then you stop. Your assent to the impression explains why you stop. Now, the opponent is worried about the causal history of your assent, that is, of your decision to stop. This can be traced back to something external to you, in this case, the stop sign, and even farther back to the work crew that erected the stop sign, the traffic commission that decided to put a stop sign on that corner, and so on. Indeed, according to the thesis of fate, all our actions have this kind of causal history. But in that case, the opponent worries, everything we do can be traced back to causes we don't control. And if we aren't in control of the causes, how could we be in control of their effects? Something the City Planning Commission did decades ago makes you stop your bicycle here and now on your way home? In effect, the opponents argue that if the thesis of fate is true, then all our actions can be traced back to antecedent causes that we do not control. And from this, they draw the further inference that our actions are not up to us. Here's how the simplified form of the argument would go. 1. Our actions are fated, like my stopping at the stop sign. 2. So, they are due to antecedent causes that are not in me. For example, the stop sign and its causal history. 3. If something's antecedent cause is not in me, then it is not up to me. That's a plausible sounding causal principle. Now 4. So, our actions are not up to us. This argument has the form of a reductio ad absurdum. It starts from something the Stoics accept, the thesis of fate, premise 1, and derives a conclusion, which is step 4, that they reject. So it's incumbent on the Stoics to diagnose a fault in the argument, either a false premise or an invalid inference. Now, they clearly accept the first premise, step 1. And they also believe that 2 is a valid inference from 1. Indeed, one of the ways in which they articulate the thesis of fate is to say that everything happens by antecedent causes. And furthermore, it looks like 4 is a valid inference from 2 and 3. So the only way out for the Stoics is to contest the truth of step 3, the causal principle that if we don't control the cause, we don't control the effect. This is in fact what Chrysippus singles out for attack in his response to the argument, which was well known in antiquity. He makes a distinction between different kinds of antecedent causes and claims that 3 in the argument is only true for some of them. But it's not true for the sorts of antecedent causes that typically initiate the sequence of impression, assent, and action. So let's get a sense of the distinction he makes and how it's supposed to address the objection. Some causes, he says, are perfect and principal, whereas others are auxiliary and proximate. Chrysippus does not give precise definitions of how he understands these two kinds of cause, but he does give an illustration of an antecedent cause that is only auxiliary and proximate. You give a push to a cylinder that is on a flat surface. It rolls. You give the same push to a cone on the same surface, and it rolls too. But there's a big difference between what the cylinder and the cone do in response to the push. The cylinder rolls in a straight line, while the cone travels in a curve. We have the same antecedent cause in both cases, the push, but very different effects. Now, to be sure, neither the cone nor cylinder can roll without being pushed, and once pushed, both will roll. But how each rolls is not determined by the push. That's why the push is only the auxiliary and proximate cause. Now, the push in this example is analogous to the impression in the case of action. We won't act without an impression, and this requires that something from the outside, like a stop sign, have an effect on us. Impressions are effects that the world has on us. We don't create them entirely from ourselves. But the sort of effect the impression has, whether we decide to stop or decide to keep going, is not determined by the stop sign. As we know, stop signs are only moderately effective at making people stop. And in my experience, they are particularly bad at getting cyclists to stop, especially on quiet streets where there's no cross traffic. So Chrysippus is saying that the stop sign didn't make me stop, even though it had an effect on me that ended up with my stopping. That's why it's not the perfect and principal cause of my stopping. Here's another example to illustrate Chrysippus's point. Suppose you're walking along and drop some money out of your pocket. A passerby sees this and gets the impression about what to do, makes a decision, and then acts. But what action will result? Well, it depends on the character of the person who receives the impression. The dishonest person who sees you drop the money will likely pick it up and keep it, while the honest person will call out to you, "Wait, you've dropped something." The antecedent cause of the action here will be the dropped money or dropping the money, but that doesn't make the observer steal it rather than return it. So the antecedent cause, dropping the money, is only the auxiliary and proximate cause of the theft, just as it would only be the auxiliary and proximate cause of the honest response. You might say whether we act at all is due to the impressions we receive from antecedent causes that are outside of us, just as whether the cone or cylinder rolls at all depends on whether it gets a push. But what sort of action we perform, just like what sort of trajectory the cone or cylinder travels, is not determined by that external factor. That's what Chrysippus means when he says that the antecedent causes invoked by fate are only the auxiliary and proximate causes of our actions. Now you might wonder what would count as an external antecedent cause that was perfect in principle. Well, suppose that instead of a push to the cone in the cylinder, a tornado swept through, picking up all objects in its path and depositing them a mile down the road. Here, the difference between the cone and the cylinder is irrelevant to the effect the external force will have on them. We might say that the tornado is the perfect in principle cause of the cones flying through the air and landing a mile away. The same thing would happen whether it was a cone or a cylinder. Now, to take a different example, could there be an external perfect in principle cause that could make the cyclist stop, regardless of whether she's law-abiding and conscientious or reckless and in a hurry? Well, how about a roadblock or some other physical barrier erected across the intersection? Or maybe there's a gaping hole across the road or the bridge is out. Now, what about perfect in principle causes of action more generally? Could there be external antecedent causes that make us act one way or another, regardless of what our values are, what we know, what we care about, and what we decide? Well, perhaps some form of hypnosis, or some other science fiction scenario. Or maybe torture. Perhaps just about anyone will divulge the secret if you hold their hand in the flame long enough. Now, note that Chrysippus does not need to say that there are any external perfect in principle causes of our actions. His point here is simply that the external antecedent causes invoked by the thesis of fate, in the standard causal sequence where an external object makes an impression, which is followed by assent and action, that these are only auxiliary and proximate causes. And the fact that our actions have the external antecedents of this sort don't keep them from being up to us. So we can return to the objector's argument and see how the distinction between causes helps to diagnose the problem in the argument. The argument goes, our actions are fated. That's step 1. 2, so they are due to antecedent causes that are not in me. 3, if the antecedent cause of X is not in me, then X is not up to me. 4, so our actions are not up to us. Well, Chrysippus, we now know, will insist on specifying that the antecedent causes invoked in step 2 are auxiliary and proximate causes. So we rewrite step 2 as, so they are due to auxiliary and proximate antecedent causes that are not in me. Now the point of the cone and the cylinder examples, and their analogs with the cyclist and the dropped money, is that the external causes of action that are auxiliary and proximate still leave our actions up to us. So Chrysippus will agree to the third step in the argument only if it's rewritten as follows. 3, if the perfect in principle antecedent cause of X is not in me, then X is not up to me. So now if we put all the steps of the argument together again, we will see that step 4 no longer follows from 2 and 3, since the antecedent causes invoked in 2 are auxiliary and proximate, while those invoked in 3 are perfect in principle. And if we change 3 so that it too invoked the same kind of causes as in step 2, then step 3 would be false. So thus, Chrysippus is rightly able to rebut the objection. the objectors still haven't shown that the thesis of fate has absurd or unacceptable consequences for human action. Now, you might not be convinced that there's nothing wrong with our actions being fated. But if there is a problem, the two objections we've considered, the lazy argument and the appeal to external antecedent causes, haven't successfully articulated it. So the onus is on the objector to try again to say what's wrong with fate. Recall, we were in a similar situation regarding the Epicureans about the fear of death. It's easy to think there's something wrong with fate, or with death, but not so easy to state precisely what the problem is. Now, a popular response to Chrysippus from readers today is to say, yes, the stop sign doesn't make me stop all on its own, but if we take the combination of the stop sign, me, and what I'm like, and the other details of the situation, then that total set of conditions antecedent to my action leaves only one possibility on the Stoic thesis of fate. I have to stop if I'm a law-abiding cyclist, or I have to speed through the intersection if I'm a scofflaw. Since I have to do as I do in response to the stop sign, then my action really isn't up to me. Now, this is a very different objection, and it's worth asking what the objector thinks it would take for my action to be up to me. If something like an Epicurean swerve has to happen in my decision process in order to keep me from being compelled by the total circumstances, then wouldn't my action be uncaused, random, hardly something you can attribute to me? We don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. And does it really make sense to talk of compulsion here, of the circumstances making or forcing me to do things? That sort of language applies primarily to situations in which something external to me and acting on me forces me, like holding a gun to my head or threatening me. But that total set of circumstances isn't something external to me, bearing down on me like a tidal wave or a mobster breathing down my neck, for I'm part of it. If we divide things up so that here I am on the one hand, and there are the external factors impinging on me, then we're back to the objection that Chrysippus has just responded to. Those external circumstances don't in fact make me stop or make me run the stop sign. As far as those externals are concerned, it's up to me which action I perform. The general shape of the problem here is that if we pack enough into the antecedent cause so that it leaves no possibility except the action that I do perform, then we don't have something that acts on me. But if we restrict the antecedent causes to factors that are distinct from me and do act on me, then that antecedent cause is going to leave multiple options open to me. So it's not at all easy to make precise sense of the claim that my actions are not up to me if the Stoic thesis of fate is true. Of course, that's hardly the last word on this subject. The question of whether our actions are truly our own and in our control, on a deterministic picture of the world like the ones the Stoics adopt, has proved to be one of the enduring controversies in philosophy. Do you think you can do better than the Stoics on this question? We've now completed the second part of our course on the philosophical tradition that originated in ancient Greece. While part 1 covered Plato and his predecessors, our survey in part 2 began with Aristotle, and then explored two of the major developments in Hellenistic philosophy, the Epicureans and the Stoics. We started with Aristotle's ontology, or theory of being, which he articulates in the work called The Categories. There, Aristotle opposes Plato's thesis that the ultimate realities are unchanging forms. He proposes instead that being a subject of change is the distinctive mark of a substance. With this subject criterion for being a substance in hand, he then has to fight a rearguard action against the ontological views he attributes to certain pre-Socratics, notably Democritus and Empedocles. These champions of what Aristotle calls the material cause insist that the only genuine subjects of change are atoms, or elements such as earth, air, fire, and water. Thus, Aristotle is worried, these thinkers are in a position to claim that only atoms and the elements are genuine substances. Aristotle resists this conclusion in Book 2 of the Physics by focusing on a very important kind of change, natural change. He gives a very precise definition to the notion of nature and argues that for many entities, such as human beings and animals, their form is their nature more than their matter is. A thesis that he develops further in his notorious claim that natural processes are goal-directed or teleological. Now, goals play a central role in Aristotle's ethical theory as well. He argues that our goal in life is to exercise rational excellence, or virtue, something he says we do in two very different ways. One way is to have our emotions and desires follow reason, in a version of the just soul that Plato described earlier in the Republic. This kind of rational excellence, which is involved in justice and the other virtues of character, is practical wisdom, or, in Aristotle's term for it, phronesis. It is wisdom that we display in our actions, as we figure out how to conduct our lives in a manner befitting human beings. But human affairs are hardly the highest objects of knowledge, Aristotle tells us. There is another kind of knowledge whose objects are eternal, invariable truths. Unlike practical wisdom, this higher form of knowledge is not displayed in our actions and decisions, but in the pure activity of knowing that he calls theoria, and that he identifies as the life activity of the gods. And in fact, this highly intellectualized version of divinity is, in his view, the ultimate unmoved mover of the cosmos. We find a very different understanding of the cosmos in Epicurus and his followers. According to Epicurus, we live in one of infinitely many worlds whose ultimate constituents are atoms falling through the void and colliding with each other. There is no teleology in the system, and the gods have no role to play in sustaining or perpetuating it. Our goal in life is to achieve the blessed, untroubled condition of these gods. And Epicurus offers us a surprisingly detailed and practical set of therapies for achieving that condition of what he calls ataraxia. The successful Epicurean turns out to be a far cry from the dainty connoisseurs of food and drink that we have come to associate with the term Epicurean in the present day. Real Epicureans, we have seen, will be perfectly content with a frugal diet and can put up with just about anything that comes their way. Now the Stoics, the Epicureans' rivals, are pretty tough too, but for very different reasons than the Epicureans are. The Epicureans think that pain is a very bad thing, but they are confident that they can either avoid it, eliminate it, or outweigh it with pleasure from other sources. Now we might say that they are unduly optimistic about how hospitable the world is to our modest desires, and about how much control we can exercise over our experience of pain. The Stoics, on the other hand, have no such illusions about our prospects for avoiding the pains of hunger and cold, or illness and injury. Still, they are fearless in the face of pain, but that's because they don't think pain is a bad thing. Nor do they think poverty, loss, and death are bad. They agree that it is part of our nature to try to avoid such things, and that we are right to take steps to avoid them. But if it turns out that fate has these things in store for us, despite our best efforts to the contrary, then, the Stoic claims, we have no grounds for complaint against the God that orders the universe, because nothing bad has happened to us. Now that Stoic God, busy in every corner of the universe, leaves no detail of the unfolding cosmos undetermined. Or so says the Stoic doctrine of fate, which we have seen was roundly objected to by critics in antiquity, who claimed that it had highly problematic consequences for human agency. But specifying precisely what the problem is supposed to be has proved more difficult than you might expect. And at the very least, we can give the Stoics credit for bequeathing to us one of the most enduring and compelling questions in the Western philosophical tradition. I hope you've enjoyed our tour of the philosophy that was born in ancient Greece. Now that you know more about our philosophical past, perhaps you will have a different perspective on some of the issues that occupy our attention today.